All right, and we are live. Hello. I
Well,
am,
hello.
I'm not very good at this. This is
Yeah,
Weeping
you
Willow,
are.
Weeping Willow, Weeping Willow 2 for you and me. We're doing a chat because Weeping Willow is very well informed on law, and she learned it the hard way out of necessity to help
Yeah,
defend herself. And right now, obviously, all of America, the whole world, but especially America, it seems, is dealing with a lot of governors gone amok, to say the least. And it's like all the tyrants have become unmasked with this opportunity under this public health pandemic. Uh,
yeah.
so we're just going to
Issue.
So,
Yeah,
so we just want to touch on for people with their own family businesses. Um, there, a lot of them are the ones that haven't lost their businesses already. They're just have been just starting to be allowed to open back up, and they're getting regulations and they're getting hit with all kinds of regulations and dictates that tie in with the pandemic. And a lot of them are scared. They're scared that their business is going to get, even if they don't get closed down by the Department of Health for some reason that ties in there. It's the fines. It could be $10,000 fines that
right,
they're hit
right.
with. Yeah.
They're dictatorial to them.
Yes.
Dictators.
So if enough
That's,
people, one just real right off the bat, if enough people did not comply, this this would not be. They wouldn't have this kind of power. It's by the consent. It's by our consent of the government. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, tacit acquiescence is always consent. It's consensual because they're sitting there letting them do it. If the people, all these businesses would get together and possibly their patrons that come to frequent their restaurants, their businesses, and whatever it is that they're running, if they would notice their patrons, um, we could turn it around. But I would suggest the first thing to do would be to pray to the Father Almighty in the prayer of agreement and to pray the protections of Psalm 91, 23, 35, 37, and get on with it. Pray for his protection, his guidance, and his wisdom. And then set your little feet on the Peter patter and beat the streets and drum up some people because these tyrannical, treasonous traitors that they are, from your governor to your local mayor to your police department, you see people, they are all commerce. They're commercial. They have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with we the people. Nothing. They have no jurisdiction over you. That includes the courts and the cops and the clerk and everybody that's all running the crooked system that you have been duped into believing that they have such power over you. And I realize that so many people do not have the time that I have had being an injured worker and having been homebound for decades, that I have done nothing but spend my life studying them, all right? Learn your adversary. Well, I've done that, and I think I've done a pretty good job. So, the statutes, the United States codes, the UCC, which is the Universal Commercial Codes, the codes of federal regulation, the regulations in your town, and policies of your town has nothing to do with you. That is all to run commerce, to do business that is meant by these corporations to serve we the people. They cannot mandate anything for you or to you unless you consent to do their bidding. For an example, you get a ticket from the cops on the road for doing whatever, speeding, whatever the case may be. So long as you have not harmed anybody or damaged anybody's property, then they can't dictate to you what to do, and that includes your speed limit. This stuff is mandated by the United States Supreme Court. Now, a lot of people misunderstand the Constitution for the United States. There's one of, and then there's one for. The original is the one with for. They took that out and inserted the word of in place of it. But the Constitution does not give you any rights whatsoever. The Constitution, however, does acknowledge the fact of common law, which is Father in Heaven's laws and nature's laws. All right? Things that are, the normal thing. You know not to kill someone. You know not to steal somebody's property. You know not to take another man or another woman's husband or wife or whatever the case is. Those are nature's laws. Those are Father's laws, the common law. And other than public law, all the rest of it is BS. It has absolutely nothing to do with law. The courts in this country are Article 1 courts. They are administrative only. They are to deal with commerce. The cops can give tickets to truck drivers that are dealing with commerce, trading from state to state or within the state. They can give taxi drivers, bus drivers, semi-trucks, all this stuff that's running their companies or corporations, excuse me, to do business in commerce and commercial in order to serve we the people. That was their entire creation of those businesses, to include banks and everything that deals with commerce. And the people, because they have not had the time and or do not take the time when they do have it, because they think something else is more important. Well, how can anything be more important than your life and your ability to live it? Your life to be able to live the liberties that were given and bestowed upon you by the Father Almighty.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yes.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And that right there, that's the crux of what most people right now are suffering under, is their livelihoods.
And they're suffering under it because they're tacit acquiescing, and second, because the governor has the title of governor, or the city mayor has the title of mayor. But y'all don't understand that when they took their oath of office to support the Constitution, all right, that makes them Class D felons under their statutes, their codes of federal regulation, their United States codes, and also the UCCs, all right, and public law. They are there to do for us. Not to take from us, not to rob from us, but they are doing all this stuff. Look here. I have spoken on this numerous times. The Siskiyou Trust was set up in 1666 by the King and Queen of England for every man, woman, and child in the world. And that has compounded interest and interest on top of interest, all right, for centuries. They know of this gold, all right, and they are tapped into it. The Social Security system is paying out with it. The food stamp, EBT cards, they're using it to pay out food stamps. It's not coming from any taxes or anything. That taxes, federal taxes, it's going over to another country. I don't know if it's England or what, I forget, because it's been a while since I've talked about that topic. But it's exported out of this country. It doesn't go to your country. It goes overseas, all right? So I won't expound on where it goes because I don't remember offhand. I don't want to,
I'm pretty sure
on that.
I'm pretty sure it's London or the UK. But
It may be. It may be, but that doesn't matter at this point, because they're all judges. This is all. I'm talking about everybody in the world. If they are a judge, if they're a cop, if they are an attorney, if they're a clerk, okay? All these people are stealing from what is supposed to be for we the people, from the Cestui Que Vie Trust. Now, I know this to be true. I have a 5-page document from Judge Dale. You can look him up on YouTube yourself. I used to think his last name was Chase. There is a Dale Chase that is also a justice. I think that one too was of the Supreme Court of the United States, but maybe not. I forget. And I don't have internet service right now, so I can't look up the actual Dale Chase, and I'm about to tell you what he ended up divulging in his article. A 5-page article is listed as Judge Dale Spills the Beans. So he named all these people that are running the world, as far as judges and clerks and cops and attorneys, all right, that are stealing from the Cestui Que Vie Trust. They are not paying taxes on what they're stealing, which the IRS would be very interested in you turning in the people that you know in your towns to hold them accountable, because they'll take a flashlight at the backside if you get my drift, and examine everything they have for the past 7 years. And if their income for their position doesn't match up to what they own, somebody's going to be asking questions. Where did you get the money for this and that? You have a multi-million-dollar house when you only make $100,000 a year? Or, whatever your income is, if it doesn't match up to what your property holdings are or your bank account, there's going to be some questions raised.
yeah.
So anyhow, they are, as he called it, a criminal enterprise.
Well, and also with that now, if you withdraw more than $3,000 of your own money from your bank, it gets flagged. I don't know if it's the IRS or part of the federal government.
Well, I tell you, as things stand right now, I would be extracting everything I had in the daggone criminal bank. All right?
Yeah.
Because the dollar is on its way out. That's a given.
Yes, it is. Well, we already got coin shortage. Yep, we got the coin short. We got the coin shortage. They're leading up to the excuse that,
and they're doing this intentionally to scare the fire out of people, to fearmonger, to stress people out, lower their immune system even more than what it already is due to you know what. And I don't want to say the word because that will draw attention to
some people call
video, which is not about that to begin with.
Some people call it C 1984. Like for the 1984 Big Brother.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just call it CV.
Yeah.
And,
there you go.
People are calling it different things, but I have several case law cases from the United States Supreme Court. And I would like to give you all the titles. If you grab your tablet and a pen to write these down, which there's like a sentence that goes along with these titles. I'm not giving numbers and all that. You can find it, I know, because I've looked them up. You can find it by, like U.S. Versus Bishop. You can find it just like that. It's that simple. And, then you can read the cases. So write these down.
Yes,
U.S. versus Bishop. And it states, and now I'm just going to cover the topic of what the major point of this case is about. And I want to read fast because I got a lot to do. All right, if you have relied on prior decisions of the Supreme Court, you have the perfect defense for willfulness. U.S. versus Meeker. Minker, because of what appears to be a lawful command. See, none of what's going on right now is lawful, what they're doing. A lawful command on the surface, many citizens, because of their respect for what only appears to be a law, are cunningly coerced into waiving their rights due to ignorance. Well, I don't consider you folks ignorant. You're naive when it comes to, the United States codes and UCCs, et cetera, because they are not laws. All right. What these governors and the mayors are mandating in your cities and your towns and all this, they're not laws. They cannot mandate a daggone thing against you, people. You need to wake up. I'm showing you the way here. Okay. Brady versus U.S. Waivers of constitutional rights. Not only must they voluntarily give them up, they must be knowingly intelligent acts done with sufficient awareness. So you have to comprehend what it is you give it up. So this relates to you not giving full disclosure. So any contract that is being done, okay, for an example, let's say a cop pulls you over and you're sitting there. There is verbal contract and there is written contract. And what is a written contract under contract laws or statutes, okay? You have 3 days to rescind it. So if you're sitting there in your car and a cop walks up and you have the window down 2 inches, down far enough that the clipboard can be passed through the window, that's sufficient enough. And I would not argue with them. I wouldn't get into a debate with them and just sign the daggone thing. But before you sign the ticket, for whatever reason, because it is getting scary out there, and you don't want to put yourself in harm's way. Because they are looking, and y'all seen many a video on YouTube where people are getting killed, they're getting tasered to death, they're getting hurt, they're getting locked up, and all this stuff. And I'm telling you, they don't have any jurisdiction over you. Don't say anything except you have nothing to say. You can't just sit there tacit acquiesce, and that's silence. Silence is not golden, like that old song back in the day when I was growing up. Silence is golden, golden, da-da-da-da-da, however it went. All right, so it isn't. It is not golden. So you just say, I have nothing to say. All right? And when they tell you to roll the window down, don't do it. You have it down far enough for that clipboard to go through. And they can hear you, and they don't know well. But if you end up rolling it down at their command, you have just contracted with them, and so therefore you're under their rules on the statutes that they push. And their whole point is to lock you up and to give you tickets to draw in revenue for the judges that are sitting in their high and mighty seats in that courtroom, and keep the cogwheel going because they're the grease.
Yes, yeah. Well put.
It keeps the wheels turning.
Yeah.
They're BS.
Well,
when they never had jurisdiction anyway. So when this cop hands you the clipboard, this is what you need to do. Pay heed to what I'm telling you right now. Before you sign, you make a box, all right, around where the line is that you're to sign. Above where you're going to sign your name, you need to put UCC 1-308. Look it up. All right? And then beneath where you're going to put that name, you're going to end up putting all rights reserved. And below that, you're going to end up putting, without prejudice. Then go back up to the line that they wanted you to sign and print your name. Don't get no signature. print the name as you normally would, capital first of your name and lowercase, but put by, colon, for those that don't know what that is, that's a dot over the dot, by in lowercase, colon, then write your name as you normally would, and then put colon, and then put your last name, all right? Your family name, capital first letter, lowercase the rest of it. And then put LS out to the end of it, which means living soul.
Okay, wait a minute.
Because you are real flesh. Wait a minute. Then put sui juris, SUI, space, JURIS. That means that you speak for yourself. You are the man. You are the real man, or you're the real woman. You're not a fictitious entity that is out there lost at sea under admiralty and maritime law. All right, we'll get at that.
Okay, so
at a later date. What was you going to ask?
Okay, so it's you're going to put, before you sign that clipboard, you're going to put UCC 1-308, and then put a box where you're to sign your name.
No, put the box first. Make the box big enough around it and below it from where you have to sign. A rectangular, whatever, make it big enough and high enough and low enough under that line that you can put everything that I just said.
Oh, okay. And then it's gonna be all rights reserved without prejudice. And then you're gonna print.
All rights reserved, and under that put without prejudice. And then go back up to where they wanted you to sign the name and put by in lowercase, and then put the colon, and then put your name, and then put LS in capital letters for living soul, and then put sui juris, SUI space JURIS. That means that you are in your own capacity. You know who you are speaking for yourself. Now, when the judge gets that so-called ticket of extortion, he's going to see that your name's not there. That's what that is. So when he sees that, when you show up in their courtroom, or rather his ship, because that's exactly what it is. The bar going into the gated community thing, that's what that is, the bar. You have one desk on one side, one desk on the other side. That is the plaintiff and the defendant, and the judge is the overseer. He's the banker, all right? And he's going to determine whatever, all right? The penalty, the fine, the extortion amount, whatever the case may be. So, but do not at all end up saying that you're, when he calls the name, because he's viewing that, well, we're getting off the deep end here, but he's going to be calling the name out on the record. And the name that he's got is an all caps name. And you don't want to acknowledge that. You end up saying, with respect to the judge, because that's his ship that you're standing on, and you just say, Your Honor, I'm here specially, not generally. Generally would be because you're under that name. And I would take your birth certificate with you, or at least a copy of it, that's in the all caps, and you say, I'm here to represent this name, but I do not claim to be this name. Now, he's likely going to try to intimidate you and scare the fire out of you and everything else, and threaten you with contempt of court and all that, because you're not going to bow down under his authority. You have to have some guts to do this, people. You can't just be sheeple forever. If you want to be free, if you want to come into your own, if you want to reach the age of majority and all that, my videos that are up, they'll tell you how to do it. Go to Anna Von Ritz, learn from her, because she's more knowledgeable in all this stuff than I ever am or was. And because I've already been there. I've already done that. I've come into my own. I am an American state national. I am not a corporate American citizen or a United States citizen. Meant to say. I'm not under the United States codes and all that, but the majority of y'all are.
Okay.
Because you have not come of age, so to speak. You're still lost at sea under Admiralty and Maritime Law. But to protect yourself, you can protect your name under the UCC, which is United Universal Commercial Code 1-308 takes you out of all their BS. Takes you out of it. Go read it, learn it.
Okay, now
educate yourself.
Okay, Partisan Gorilla in the chat, he just said something. He said wordcraft is going on with the bar. These things are not what they are on the street. And yeah, what bar stands for? British
Accredited Registrar.
Accredited.
Yes, that is. And then they have the American bar, but all the same. The Queen had recently, I think it was about a year ago, that she yanked the rug out of the attorneys because the attorneys, they don't get their license from Yale, Princeton, and Harvard. They get their licenses from the Queen of England. And she's got them insured under her, okay? Because they get their license for her. All attorneys in the world get their license from England because that's where law derived from.
That's nuts.
And so she yanks the rug out from under them. So they're out there flying without her protection right now. And they gave up their citizenship of this country, of America, and all the rest in other countries, to the Crown of England. If you hire an attorney, their allegiance is to the court, not you. You come second. Their allegiance is to the court. The prosecuting attorney and the judge both get paid out of the same cookie jar. All right? So if he was ever up in court, you can ask that judge because he's an elected official. Ask him who pays his check. He's mandated to answer that question. You also ask him about that 1099 he's got on your name, because you're not before that court under the reason that they make you think that you're before the court. No, it has to do with him filing the 1099 on you. So ask him what the tax ID number is on the case. All right, but you end up, I have heard tell back years ago when I had one of my other law mentors, I've had a few through my life, and he ended up telling me about the judge and the prosecutor. Well, they're all hired by the state. So that's a bias against we the people. All right? They both get hired or paid by the state, and they're already biased against you. They both get paid out of the same cookie jar. And if you walk in there and ask that judge who pays you your check, and he answers that, immediately turn to the prosecutor and ask him or her the same question. And I was assured that that gavel is going to come down, case dismissed, because if that prosecuting attorney answered that question, which he has to, or she has to, then that would show a bias against you. Okay?
Wow.
So, and that's against the law, or the statutes and regulations, United States Code.
Listen, somebody in the chat, Partisan Gorilla, he said, you must not agree. Agreement is to contract with the corporate fascists. And he said there's a statue of the fasci somewhere in their corporate courts. But yeah, the fasci, that's in Congress too. If you look, when they're talking in the Hall of Congress, on either side, there's the bundle, the tied bundle of sticks on each side, the left and the right. Oh, and he said the judges.
Well, this is real simple, people. everything to do with the president, to the Congress, to the senators, to the state representatives, to your local yokels, from the police department to the daggone judges, clerks, attorneys. They're all commerce. They're all commerce.
See, that's the point
to do
that,
business to serve we the people.
yeah.
And they have turned it around. They have corrupted everything. They have duped you into believing and pulled the wool over your eyes that they have the authority over you. They, not you, they are the subjects. We are the people, the living flesh, blood flowing people. And they cannot contract with us unless we give them consent,
Okay.
verbal or written.
And this is,
And I had that case for the United States court, and I'll get there in a minute. But let me get some of these others read here.
yeah.
You have Ziegler versus Railroad Company. If any question of fact or liability be conclusively presumed against him, this is not due process of law. Shearer versus Cohen, for a crime to exist, there must be an injured party. Corpus delicti, there can be no sanction or penalty imposed on one because of this constitutional right. All right, now I don't like how they word some of this stuff, because you don't have constitutional rights. The Constitution was formed to prevent government from infringing on your common law, Father in heaven, natural laws by him.
yes.
His law is what's law. The Constitution only writes down his laws of what they're not to infringe upon.
Right.
But it does not afford you any rights whatsoever.
Yeah. A lot of
Now, you
people
have
just in a
the
general,
civil liberties, you know.
yeah.
But as far as rights under the Constitution, no, you don't have anything under the Constitution. It was written to prevent government from infringing on your rights. Okay, so anyway,
Wow. Yeah,
let me,
yeah, because a lot of people think the Constitution enumerates our rights, or
Right,
that they give
it
us
doesn't.
our rights. Yeah. And
all
they're,
right, I've used this one on numerous cases of my own. Marbury versus Madison. The Constitution of these United States is the supreme law of the land. No, it isn't. Common law is. And this is one of the reasons they want to obliterate the Constitution, because it directs attention to the common law, the Father Almighty.
yes.
All right, let me say this again. The Constitution of these United States is the supreme law of the land, and any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is null and void of law.
Did you
And
say,
that's true.
did you say null and void?
Null and void. That's right.
All right.
Anything that is repugnant against and goes against the Constitution, which affords us protections that it keeps and prevents the government from infringing on our common law right, is null and void. So everything that's being done right now with the CV, the MASKs, that everybody is out of being naive, is following along with the game plan here. You know, nobody's questioning, and they're wearing it, you know, and all these stories that I've already put out on my channels on YouTube, and calling OSHA and calling 3M manufacturer of those masks. They don't prevent illness. They don't prevent disease.
Well, they
and
kill.
They can, in fact, cause death.
That's right. They do kill.
So, you know, I see all these
Yeah.
naive people, man, the sheep, that are just going along with the flow. And, you know, well, I'm sorry I said that word, but these things should not be worn 24/7. And people are wearing them all the time. I see them on children. I want to scream.
I just
You
saw,
know, these daggone things are killing people. They're
They are.
preventing them from
Yeah.
getting oxygen, increasing their cortisol in their body,
yep.
and lowering their oxygen. And, you know, it's setting them up for lower immune systems and causing death.
Well, not only that, it is the symbol. It's the stamp of approval of the tyrants. Are you going to bend over, grab your ankles, and obey your tyrant rulers? Let's see
Right.
how many do. That's part of it. But they're using fear. And even, I mean, physically, what it's doing to people 7 ways past Tuesday, there's at least 10 different ways it harms your body readily. And I just verified today, finding a great video that it was on was in Twitter, so I couldn't share it directly. I taped it, and that's what I got a strike on, because it's a psychiatrist talking about what this is doing, the trauma it's doing to children, the fear that the mask is inducing, not only not being able to see the face and physically what it's doing to them, but the fear it's promoting in children.
Yeah.
And then a doctor, he said, we've been studying masks for 30 years because of to see does it help against the flu. He said that, absolutely does not. And it was verified. They did under Event 201, part of the whole plan with this pandemic was to get fact checkers out there. Anybody who's anti-vax, anti-mask, this and that, set them straight. Put out, so on YouTube, you type something in, that's the first thing, your first columns are going to be all these fact checkers. They've been saying, mocking people with the mask. Doctors and nurses have been wearing masks for such a long time in surgery. Well, guess what? They do pump extra oxygen into the emergency room, into the OR rooms.
Yeah, they do. They most certainly do.
And that air is circulating, and it's cool. So, and they still get affected by it. Doctors are physically harmed by the mask wearing for the surgeries they do, and the nurses. But beyond that, so this
people are getting fungus infections in their lungs and molds and all this stuff as a result of rebreathing their own excrement through their mouths. It's building up condensation in these masks, and these people are supposed to be changing these masks on a job site, not out there wandering around on the street and in the business and all this stuff. For 30 minutes, every 30 minutes, that mask is to be changed.
Yes.
They are not intended, but Fauci ended up saying that, it's silly for people to walk around with all these masks on. But, they ended up talking about it and suggesting it. So President Trump ended up calling all the daggone governors of all the states, had a little sit-down powwow, be it through teleconferencing or over the phone, or they flew there to Washington to have a big old powwow. And then they come back and start issuing orders and mandates and edicts, what you said earlier today when we were speaking, all this BS.
Yep.
When they have no right to do it. Now, y'all need to write this next one here down. Put a big old star next to it, whatever. This was called Mulger, M-U-L-G-E-R versus Kansas. Under the United States Republic's constitutional system of government, and upon the individuality and intelligence of the citizen, the state does not claim to control one's conduct to others, leaving one the sole judge, that be you, as to all that affects oneself. All right? Miller versus Kansas. The claim and exercise of constitutional rights cannot be converted into a crime. So that means if you fail or refuse or whatever, tell them to stick it as far as wearing these daggone things over your face, they can't do anything to you. They cannot give you a fine for it because they have no jurisdiction over you. That's what the people are not getting, They're thinking they have to do this because they're not privy to the information I'm sharing with you now. Okay, Miranda versus Arizona, where rights secured by the or legislation which would abrogate it. Okay.
Wait, can
Hold
you
on, I
say
gotta
that?
turn the page.
Can you say that a different way?
Or take away or reduce your right to, for your common law
Right.
rights.
Right.
Okay? Cooper versus Aaron.
So that's a good one.
No
Mulger.
state-
You said Mulger.
Huh?
Mulger.
What are you asking? I'm sorry.
Mulger versus Kansas.
Wait a minute, I gotta go back.
It's a G, right?
Miller. Oh, wait a minute. Miranda versus Arizona. What was the Mulger? That was the one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, we're backing up here. Mulger, Mulger versus Kansas.
Okay.
That's not the one I just read, though.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
The one I just read was Miranda versus Arizona.
All right. Okay, Miranda.
All right, Cooper. I'm getting lost here. I'm going to back up. Cooper versus Aaron, Aaron. No state legislator or executive or judicial officer. Let me tell you, the judges, the cops are judicial officers of the court, people. All right? Or judicial officer can war against the Constitution without violating his undertaking to support it. So this makes them Class D felons, makes them usurpers of their constitutional oath to uphold and support the Constitution for the United States. And when they do that, they have already lost their immunity to being sued in their individual capacity. So if you were to sue one, be it a judge, be it an attorney, be it whoever is in a public office that is to serve we the people, they've lost their immunity. You can sue them, you can sue their wives, you can sue their children, because they all reaped from their wrongdoing. And when you sue them, you don't address them as judge this, clerk that. You sue them by their individual names. You don't address them by the title of what they were in when they were supposed to be doing their oath in the office that they were elected into. Okay? All right, next one. Gibbons versus Ogen, Ogen. Persons are not the subjects of commerce and not being imported goods. They do not fall within the meaning founded upon the Constitution of a power given to Congress to regulate commerce and the prohibition of the states for imposing a duty on imported goods. Okay? Next. Wait a minute, my eyes itching.
Wow. I'm trying to figure out how to tie this all in for small business.
Okay, this next one is critical.
Okay.
Pay heed to this next one. Penhallow, Penhallow versus Doanes, Doane''S.
Wait. Versus who? Spell it again. Versus who? B.
Penhallow versus Doanes or Doanes. I don't know how you pronounce this. Doane''S. Administrators defined government succinctly. Governments are corporations. All right. Inasmuch as every government is an artificial person. All right. You're not a person. You have a person, which is your fictitious straw man, I guess some people call it. But your name was stolen at birth and made into a capital letter. This is how these people send you. I'm getting off the beaten path, but it's critical for y'all to understand what I'm trying to convey. that when your birth certificate was made, the state stole your name and made it an all capitals name, which made it a person, which made it a corporation, whereby they, and that is the only way that the actual corporations that run this world can interact with you. Now, I'm speaking like the utility company, the gas company, the phone company, your driver's license, fishing license, hunting license, marriage license. All this stuff, people, is in the all capital letters name. The name they created in order to suck you in to their commercial commerce freaking United States codes, the codes of federal regulation, the UCC's Universal Commercial Codes, the statutes, the regulations, the policies, and all the bullshit, pardon my French, but that's what it is. So they cannot contract with you unless they made you a person, which is a non-living, fictitious character, in order to contract with you by sending you those daggone utility bills, the phone bills, the gas bills, the phone bills, and every daggone thing else. This is how they built the bridge between you being a living, real individual, a
soul, yeah,
in order for them to do their commerce against you. Now, here is
they want, because they want they work within the realm of commerce, and they're constrained by that. So that's why they're doing this.
And we don't, but by accepting that stuff that comes in your mailbox under that name, because everything is in the all caps name, you only have 3 days to rescind it, to send it back non-assumpsit. That is NON space assumpsit, ASSUMPSIT. Okay? That means no contract. And you put above it at a 45-degree angle in blue ink, red ink, purple ink, because those are royalty. You are royalty to the Father Almighty. You are in the kingdom of the Father. You don't use black, because black, if you were to get a copy of something and you wrote something in black, such as your name, how would you know whether it was the real one or the fake one? How would you know? Unless you got the blue ink signature, the red ink signature, or the purple. They want every daggone thing done in black ink, you see. All right? So you do it in a 45-degree angle by their address, and you put return to sender, non-assumpsit at a 45-degree angle. And then write the daggone date that you're sending it back. You only have 3 days to do it. All right? You circle that daggone capital name along with that 2-digit alphabetical state that no legislators ever voted to demote your state's initials, which used to, it was 3 and 4, 5 letters, depending on how long the day. I think it was normally like Mississippi, MISS, Kentucky, KENT, Missouri, MISSO, or whatever. But see, they cut it down to the 2 alphabet letter. Well, by doing that and accepting that, you are literally giving up your state's constitutional protections. Your state, not the United States, but the state that you are domiciled in, you are giving up the Constitution protections of your state's constitution. I mean, they are absolute nefarious characters. They are evildoers, and that's all there is. So let me read this last one so far that I just did and get to the end of it, because this is going to blow your mind. Penn Hollow versus Dones Administrators define government succinctly. Governments are corporations. And as much as every government is an artificial person, an abstraction, a creature of the mind only, a government can deal only, underline that word only, with artificial persons, the imaginary having no reality or substance, cannot create or attain parity with the real. That right there, that case right there, all these cases I'm reciting or citing are from the United States Supreme Court. All right? So this case alone tells you that they are a person. Everything's corporate. Your police department's corporate. The FBI is corporate. The CIA is corporate. The United States government is corporate. You can look the United States up in the Black's Law 5th edition dictionary that explains a lot of words that they use, and it's literally, it'll tell you that it's a corporation.
Okay, wait.
It's not a country.
Wait, is this still Penn Hollow versus Dones that you're referring?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, and remember, what was that deal about 10 years ago? Corporations are people, or they aren't people. There was a fight about that. You know what I'm talking? Well,
no, they're not people. They're persons. They're persons. So you never refer to yourself as a person or an individual. I'm still trying to break my language on using the term individual. You are a living soul. Get used to it. You know, you're a living soul. You're the real flesh, and they cannot contract with you. Let me tell y'all what I have recently done before I continue on these. So let me get a drink of water. I'm getting parched because I was talking. I ended up, now y'all might want to write this down. I hope there's a lot of you listen to this, or that will.
Well, right now, no, but that doesn't mean down soon, gets shared out, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so. But under the Bankruptcy Act of the United States that was done in 1933 under President Roosevelt, there was a House Joint Resolution, HJR 192. And then there was House Resolution, HR 1491. And this was laws passed in this nation that made it against the law for an American to pay a debt. Because your signature, due to that Bankruptcy Act, pays for everything for you. Pays for it all. The utility companies, all of them, they're gleaning funds from the SESQV Trust. This is evident. This is a fact. I have put my utility companies back in March of 2020 on notice. I have not paid a utility bill since March, January, February, or March. I think it was February. Okay? They keep sending the bill because it's not a bill, people. It was never a bill, but they duped you into believing that it was. What it actually is a dividend. It's a dividend that they're supposed to be mailing to the United States Treasury to pay down the national debt as a result of the Bankruptcy Act of 1933. Now you go and look all those two up. You also look up the Lieber Code, look up the Trading with the Enemies Act, and you look up the OCC, which is the Office of Comptroller of Currency. Everything I'm sitting here telling you is the honest goodness truth.
Wait. What's the OCC? OCC is what?
Office of the Comptroller of the Currency. They're the ones that deal with the money.
Remember this? I said the state comptroller is that's where like any uncollected funds due to a person go to your state
comptroller. But that's not the same as what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, but it's office.
You're talking about the state lost.
Well, no, comptroller.
I'm talking about the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, which is for the national, is for America.
Yes. Yeah,
okay?
but comptroller was my point. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Where am I? Okay. Murdoch versus Penn. No state shall convert a liberty into a privilege, license it, and attach a fee to it. Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham. If the state converts a liberty into a privilege, the citizen can engage in the right with impunity. That means you can ignore it. All right? Owens versus City. The state is prohibited from violating substantive rights, and it cannot do by one power, police power, that which is, for example, e.g. taxation, eminent domain, as a matter of law. U.S. and Utah, I think it is, UT versus Daniel, nor indirectly that which is prohibited to it directly. Fairbanks versus U.S. They had all those together for that one thing. Summer versus Hayes.
Wait. I never saw a versus. I never saw a versus U.S. That's interesting. Are there
what?
The Fairbanks versus U.S. The versus the U.S. like the whole United States? That's interesting.
Yeah, they sued the government.
Nice. Nice. I say.
Summer versus Hayes. The courts are not bound by an officer's interpretation of law under which he presumes to act. All right, now hold the heck up. There is no law in this country. They have duped you into believing that BS too. There is no law. States cannot create law. There is no law. You have the codes. Okay, again, let me name them. You have the codes of federal regulation, the CFRs. You have the USCs, which is United States codes. You have the UCCs, which is the Universal Commercial Codes. You have the statutes that are of your state. See, states can only write statutes. They are not law. And neither are any of the others. They're all codes. The only law there is public law. And I haven't delved into that too far.
Wait, public law. Public law. Public law.
Right. And I have not studied much on the public law yet, but I intend to. But public law, and I forgot to mention when I brought up the House Joint Resolution 192 and House Resolution 1491, public law played in that too, which is what I hinged my argument with the utility companies, is Public Law 7310, Public Law 10, and Public Law 1. Now, these are critical, okay?
Wait.
These are critical.
7310. Say it again. 7310.
Yeah. And Public Law 10 and Public Law 1. And the Labor Code and the Trade with Enemies Act. And this stopped them dead in their tracks. Now, they keep sending what they term a bill for services rendered for the utilities, okay? But it's all been paid for through that. It's all been a done deal. And the people are not aware of it. Well, I'm aware of it. And I'm using it. And I told them, hey, you're going to be a deep doo-doo here. Because you keep pushing me and we're going to, go toe-to-toe. So all I do is write down a subset and send it back to the sender.
Okay, wait.
And I'm still sitting there with utilities on. Okay. Both my gas and the electric.
Yes.
They shut it off. They have a major problem. Major problem. That's coercion, intimidation, RICO racketeering, malfeasance, misprision, and breaking actual law, the House Joint Resolution that was passed by President Roosevelt. These services were created to supply the people's needs. They were created for that purpose, period.
Yeah, most people are not going to be able to wrap their heads around that. And maybe, but look on the
Well,
side
I
chat.
don't know how much plainer I can say it.
Yeah.
It's already paid for because, okay, well, let me expand on that. When you get these services from these, whether it's electricity, gas, phone, internet service, whatever, what is it they ask you for? What do they ask you for?
Money.
No. They want you to contract with them, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
you end up signing on the dotted line or the line, and then they also ask you for one other piece of information. What is that?
Your social security? No.
You bet. You bet. That's a mouthful right there, my friend. Because they're using the social security number to rob the SQV trust. Same as your bank. Look, y'all that have a checking account, if you have checks, get you a flashlight and a magnifying glass. Some of them I have seen my own with just bare eyeballs instead of having to have a flashlight. But look on the line that you think is a line on your checkbook and check that line out, because it's not a line, it's words. And I'll tell you what it says here in a second. But, yeah, when you're signing a check, do you ever put it up in front of your face? Are you down there at it, looking at it? No, you're not. You have it at arm's length, correct?
Right.
So whoever thinks to put the daggone check up to your face 6 inches away to look at that line, all right? Because at a distance, it does appear to be a line, but it's not. It's been micro, whatever they call it, micro little bitty print on there. And some of them are big enough to read with the naked eye. I've got some checks from years ago that, well, anyway, what it says, what's on that line is actual words. And it's saying authorized representative, authorized representative, authorized representative.
Wow.
So when you sign on that line, you're not only being robbed from your SQV trust by the bank, they are then getting double indemnity because whatever, when you're paying using their instrument of money, being that check, a paper check, doesn't mean zip. You are, let's say you're paying the utility company, okay, with that check. Utility company who already has your social security number,
right,
is turning around and sending that to the Treasury. They end up getting the money out of them off the SQV.
Ah, wow.
But yet you've already took money.
What a racket.
Your money, yet again, out of your checking account to pay them.
Yeah. See, most
so
people
what's called double indemnity, which against daggone law.
Right. So, okay, in my mind, most people believe and agree, hey, we should pay for electric, water, energy.
No, we should not be paying for electric and water and trash pickup and gas to heat your home or to cook with. No. That's already been paid for. It's already been paid for.
Okay. Side chat. Partisan Grill said UN powers have been forcing eminent domain via the CDC. Eminent domain. And then,
well, I don't, I'm not off into the UN and do all that. So I'm talking about the stuff to help the people. I don't know anything about that.
Well, taking our land under UN, using the CDC, using this, virus.
Okay. And now I know where they're coming from. All right. Well, first off, the UN has no lawful right to do anything taking anybody. It's any more than any elected official has the right to give China any of the property and the land of we the people
Right.
here in this country.
That's right.
That's all BS, okay? But if you want to get into the land thing, then you need to become a free American. And the majority of people are not, because they have not come into the age of majority, which is everybody still, or not everybody, but most people are still lost at sea and have not come into the age of majority, which is 18. That's why when you get what you think you're into trouble, you get a ticket, you have to go before the judge, who's a crook, a bona fide crook, traitor, treasonous, tyrannical scumbag, along with the cops. Well, the majority of the cops, I should say. I mean, I know there's some good guys out there and good women out there. I'm not saying that they're not, but it seems like if they're not going to weed out the rats and the snakes in the grass in their own outfit, then that kind of, it's
a fraternity. It's a fraternity. Yep, protecting the bad seed.
Union. They're a union. And same as the daggone attorneys, they're in their bar, and they think they're untouchable, but when they're not upholding their oaths, and they're criminals, literally. They're Class D felons. But what I was going to say on the age of majority, this is why if you go into a courtroom, the judge says if you cannot afford an attorney, one shall be appointed to you. That's because the judge, wearing his black robe, is looking in you, viewing you in his court, in his ship on deck, that you don't have a voice because you are dead at sea. That's why they wear black. You're lost out at sea because you have not reconnected to the soil of your birthright. So you don't have a voice up there. Why? Because you have not reached or acknowledged the fact that you are who you are. You've not taken control of who you are. Wherefore you have no voice. That's why they have to appoint you an attorney, because you're literally viewed by the court, be it the attorney, be it the judge, be it the prosecuting attorney, whomever, that you are still an infant.
Yeah.
You're considered you're too young in mind, so to speak, as a child would be, to protect yourself. So you are literally a ward of the court. And the attorney is your mouthpiece as well. And people get in there, they get pissed off at their attorney that is supposed to be representing them, but they're not. They're representing the court. You're just stand aside individual, or not individual, but the poor lost soul. And the courts don't have any pity for you because you don't have the wit.
Yeah, they think we're imbeciles.
You don't have.
They're considering us imbeciles, right?
Yes, that was the word I was looking for. You are. You're deemed an imbecile because you don't know who you are. But until you get reconnected to the land, and that takes a little bit of paperwork, it doesn't take long to get it done. You have to authenticate yourself. And that means sending stuff to Washington, to Mnuchin and Mike Pompeo, and, your birth certificate from your state of birth, and have them authenticated, your Secretary of State of your state, and all this, send it to them. They end up gromming it together, the 3 pages, and then you send it to your state, Secretary of State, and then they authenticate it. But then for the land that this individual, I thank you for that question, by the way, because I wasn't anticipating talking about property and the private property, because that's what you own, be it your automobile, because they're not vehicles. Vehicles is commerce. Your private conveyance is your automobile, or your motorcycle, or whatever it is that you're, traveling with. And where was I going with this?
So vehicle is their term.
Yeah, okay, what about here it is.
land.
Your private property needs to be listed in a non-Hague
Yes.
country. Okay? Because as a United States citizen, slave, sheep, cattle, chattel, subject, you do not own a daggone thing that you've been paying 30 years for. Be it your home, excuse me, your automobile, none of this. Okay? So if you get a loan, and most mortgages are fraud anyway, because you have to give them, the bank, your social security number too. And without full disclosure, they've already committed fraud, because to have a viable, lawful contract, both parties have to sign it, that daggone mortgage. That means somebody at the bank better be putting their John Henry on there, a legible one. But see, a bank cannot lend money. All they can do is do contracts. And they write a number. They pick a freaking number out of the air, and they put it on a piece of paper and say, this is what we're going to charge you for that house. And then you pay it off in 30 years, you know, if you live long enough to do that.
Mortgage.
Then you pass it off to somebody else, and they pay another 30 years
Yes.
on the same daggone
Yes.
property.
Isn't that double? Isn't that more than double? And isn't that kind of the similar idea?
Oh my gosh, you're paying triple and quadruple on your property. What was the interest that they end up charging you?
I realized
people don't understand is that it was paid for when you put your signature on that daggone mortgage. It was already paid for out of a Social QV trust.
Which actually, though, mortgage is death contract. But I realized my next door neighbors in their 80s and 90s, I'm like, they have their house fully paid for, right? But they got to pay $3,000 a year in taxes in order for their house not to go into foreclosure. That's a lot of money.
There's a thing to stop that, and it's called filing it with a non-Hague country, and then filing for a loyal property, ALLODIAL. When it's paid for, you can file it, refile it after you list it with a non-Hague country, and then re-record it.
Okay, wait.
They cannot tax you. Taxes is all bogus crap.
Right.
Okay?
Income tax. Yeah. It's totally bogus. And yet they'll come after you and put you in jail, in prison if you don't. But a Lloydal and in non-Hague, you got to explain non-Hague too, a little more.
Well, I can't explain the non-Hague. I just know that I did it. And I tried to re-record my home to get it in a Lloydal. I did notice the clerk, which I've been butting my head against the wall in my own town, because I've had a lot of issues with my town.
Yes, you do.
A whole lot of issues.
And, it's you.
So
wait. It's you.
Wait a minute. They're preventing me from doing some of the stuff. But my stuff is already recorded with a superior court in Georgia, in Lamar County. It's already time-stamped. It's already got a page number, book number. It's all done, okay? Just that these a-holes in this daggone town, at the advice of the county attorney, who the county clerk ended up calling up and saying, hey, she's wanting to do this. And he told her, don't do it. Now, I filed a complaint with the clerk, commissioners of the clerk about her, and that's all going to come to a head, too, in due time. But I got other matters that are more pressing besides these.
I'm sorry. You know that movie, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
Yeah.
It reminds me of you. Weeping Willow takes on like all of like your county and her whole Kentucky state. And yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've seen a few judges in my day, both federal
But-
and
but
those
see,
here in town.
here's
circuit court.
the thing is, okay, we were like, okay, people have got to get an idea in their head, in their heart, and confidence that I guess a lot of people are trusting in government over God, and I know that's a main
You can't
objective.
trust the government. Government's going to screw you every which
Well,
way.
democide, history shows democide over and over. But if people don't, that's part of the point of communism. Take away God, take God out of the picture, so then people will turn to government as that replacement, right? Because people have a need for that higher power, that authority, that, all benevolent, power. And so if it,
Wait a minute. Who's got that benevolent power?
God. No, but that's communism, right? Like, we went to the moon, and guess what, folks? There's no God.
No, we didn't go to the moon.
Well, no. That's what I remember hearing as a child, that they did in Russia.
Yeah.
And then it became Soviet Union.
Yeah.
And then there was abortions galore, and the churches were closed down and burnt, and the priests murdered, and all, and so government takes the place of God for the people. Now, today, it doesn't have to be government direct. It could be a law. It could be like the Constitution in some people's minds. It could be sports, but government in general. If people are trusting in the government, but ultimately, no kidding. Yeah, because history, time and time again, they do democide on their own people. And this is before the Georgia Guidestones and all that in Agenda 21. So it's just, so the bottom line is, you don't got to be a brainiac. You don't got to know, details of law, but you got to know in every person that I guess you got to be God-fearing. Okay. If you're God-fearing, you're going to be guided that this is wrong. Putting a mask on a child is wrong. You just sense it. You just know it. You don't got to know the science in the math. Okay.
Well, let's get back to where you're talking about the government wanting to be Father in heaven.
Yes. Oh yeah.
They made themselves your father through the birth certificate, because the father, your dad, never signs the birth certificate. Okay? The mother does, so she signed you as a child over to the slave system, the subject system, unknowingly, and out of being naive when they devised birth certificates. So the mother acknowledges it. A doctor is acknowledging that you were alive first. Then they give you a Social Security number, which is actually a bond on you that is accruing interest off of your labors throughout your lifetime. And, but the government, as a result of your daddy not signing that birth certificate, you were then, at that moment, when they signed you into the slave system, you were considered, and pardon if what I'm about to say offends anybody, but you were considered a bastard. All right? And government became your daddy, and they got the documented proof through the birth certificate and the daggone Social Security card. All right? So you are then lost at sea. You were kicked off the land. You're under Admiralty Maritime Law. And that's how that went. And what is it that they call that piece of paper they call the BC? Earth. What's a ship at sea pull into at the shoreline? What is that? I mean, I know what it is. I'm asking if you know or any of your viewers know.
The port.
What is it that they pull up to?
I'm thinking port. I get the Alzheimer's right now. dock, docket,
So you
dock.
got the doctor
Yeah,
acknowledging that you were alive. What?
live
And the
birth,
ship is pulled up into
Live-
the dock into what?
live birth.
A birth. A birth for the ship to dock at. And we are born of what?
Water,
Out of
water.
water.
Yep.
You bet. So you are lost at sea until you reclaim who you are and your birthright of being connected back to the land. And it's not our fault that this was done to us. It was done by deceit, without full disclosure. And when I first found out about this years ago, it absolutely made me livid. I said, why in the hell do I have to undo what I never consented to begin with? But you have to do it, people. You have to absolutely do it. All right? You have to do it in order to reclaim who you were before the birth certificate, and to become the living flesh, and to become an American, a free American, real flesh. Even though I know you're real, they know you're real, but until you come into your own, you're not considered that, and you're not an American. Until you've landed your feet back on the soil, you're just lost out there in the water.
Like Gilligan's Island.
Huh?
Like Gilligan's Island. Lost at sea.
Yeah, well, no, because you're not on an island. You're lost in
That's
the
right.
water.
Lost in the water.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's get back to these cases from the United States Supreme Court.
Admiralty law. Admiralty law. The water.
And maritime.
Maritime. And look, you know, a lot of this ties to England, but it also ties to the Vatican, the Holy See. SEE,
Yeah.
but it's really SEA. They have made, what do they call them? Bulls. Canon law in bulls. Concordances that affect the kings and queens of the earth. People think like, oh, the UK is just all pomp and circumstance, and they're really the royal family. It's just all for looks. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. Or that the Vatican and the Pope, it's all for non-Catholics. It's all you know, they don't have any power. No, they still wield. Papal bulls are what they did to the natives in America and Canada under like that the souls of, how do they word it? Natives could be considered non-full souls. You could kill them because if they're not converted. If they're not converted, they're savages, and therefore it's okay to kill them. I mean, that actually was one of the. That was, I can't remember the name of it, but that it's big. It's like these things hold weight. Some of these papal bulls and what they do in the UK, it holds weight in the world. But you mentioned Hague, which I just brought up today.
Not Hague, non-Hague.
Well, right.
It has to do with not having any governmental powers over us through the Hague countries, which are tied into the United States Corporation. That's as simple as I can put it. Because I'm not versed enough into all that, I can't go
right.
That
I know you mentioned that.
But 10 pages or so to get through.
But I do know. All I know is from a child hearing like in the Hague, it sounded like really big, really important. Like, ooh, They're getting
Yeah.
charged in The Hague. Like, what's The Hague? And always got a vision that, well, The Hague stands for like almost like the UN, or something that's going to oversee people doing right over all the nations of the world by this one area.
I can't comment on it any further, girl.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Other than what
Yeah,
I just said, because that
Yeah.
I do know to be the truth.
yeah.
All right, Rodney Dale Class versus North Carolina case that went to the United States Supreme Court. Department of Transportation. The police department is not an agency of the state.
Wait, say
They
that
are a
again. I'm
corporation.
sorry. Say,
Okay.
wait,
All
say,
right,
say.
Owen versus Independent. This one is officers of the court have no immunity when violating a constitutional right from liability, for they are deemed to know the law. SAP versus Tallahassee.
Wait, spell that.
Webb versus City of
SAP?
Philadelphia.
Wait,
Lynch versus North Carolina Department of Justice. It is not the duty of the police to protect you.
wait, say
Their
that again.
job is to
Wait,
protect-
spell it.
So what?
SAP versus North Carolina.
SAPP versus Tallahassee. These are several cases that deemed the same comment that I'm about to make.
Yeah.
Reif versus City of Philadelphia. Reif is spelled REIFF. And then Lynch, LYNCH versus North Carolina Department of Justice. And the topic of it is not the duty of the police to protect you. Their job is to protect the corporation and arrest code breakers. All right? Now, they don't have any jurisdiction, but we'll get there in a minute. They have no, protections for themselves. If you sue a police department, you sue the department. You can name the police chief and all this stuff and the officers that are under him, because it's going to, let's say one officer did you wrong. So you want to go after that one officer. Well, that one officer is under what's called an umbrella, a blanket insurance policy, and it causes the entire insurance policy premium rates to escalate just because you went after the one officer, okay? It isn't that you're just getting him because he's not under an individual bond, okay? He's under a blanketed insurance policy. Now, your sheriff's department, your coroner, your county clerk, all these people are under the county blanket insurance policy that covers them. It's not connected to your city. All right, Michigan versus Duke. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, welfare, etc. And which driving and speeding are not. Okay? California versus Farley. That's part of all these cases that went to the Supreme Court. Let me read that again, folks. Michigan versus Duke. State police power extends only to immediate threats to public safety, health, and welfare, etc. Michigan versus Duke continues to say, which driving and speeding are not. So they can't give you a ticket for speeding or doing anything while you're driving. They don't have a jurisdiction to do that. Okay? Continuing, Collender, Kolender versus Lawson, in which the United States Supreme Court ruled that a police officer could not arrest a citizen merely for refusing to present identification. They can't do it. Now, bringing that up, y'all need to write this case number down, which is not in this mix of this stuff, but it's called Trezevant, Trezevant versus City of Tampa, Florida. That case, Trezevant was arrested for not IDing, and he was supposed to have been taken by the police officer to a bond agent until they went to court to argue and litigate the issue of IDing. And instead of taking him to the bond place, he locked him up in jail when he took him to the jail. He was supposed to go to the bond thing, and instead he got locked up for 25 minutes for the dumbass, remembering, I was supposed to put him, in contact with the bond agent. And so he got locked up for 25 minutes. Well, he got $25,000 or better. And when he got it in the lower court, it went all the way to the United States Supreme Court because they argued it, the other side, the side that got sued, which was the police department, that it went up to the Supreme Court. They upheld that case of the lower court because what they did to him was unjust. They did not have the powers to arrest him. All right? And not IDing is not an arrestable offense. They don't have the power to do so. Okay, getting on with it here. People versus battle. Traffic infractions are not a crime. Kent versus Dulles. The right to park or travel or is part of the liberty of which the natural person, citizen, cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Well, I don't rely on that myself. State versus Armstead. The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, the right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. Let me say that one more time. Y'all need to write this one down. State versus Armstead, Armstead.
Yeah.
The right to travel, the right to mode of conveyance, period. The right to locomotion are not absolute rights. I'm sorry. No, take out the not. I'm getting tired. The right to locomotion are all absolute rights, and the police cannot make void the exercise of rights. All right, Thomas versus Smith. The right of a citizen to travel upon the public highways and to transport one's property thereon, either by carriage or automobile, is not a mere privilege which a city may prohibit or permit at will, but a common right which she has under the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's Thompson versus Smith. All right, moving right along here. We're on page 7 of 12. Chicago, motor coach versus Chicago, Illinois. The use of the highways for the purpose of travel and transportation is not a mere privilege, but a common and fundamental right which the public and natural people cannot be deprived. Christie versus Elliott. Traveling in an automobile on the public roads was not a threat to the public safety or health and constituted no hazard to the public, and such a traveler owed no other duty to the public. The state, e.g. the state, he, she, and his, her, auto having equal right to and on the roadways, highways, as horses and wagons, etc., the same right is still substantive rule in that speeding, running stop signs, traveling without license plates or registration are not threats to the public safety and thus are not arrestable offenses. Boyd, B-O-Y-D versus U.S., the court is to protect against any encroachment of constitutionally secured liberties. Griffin versus Matthew, Industrial Addition Association versus CIR, lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived or overcome by agreement of parties, and want of jurisdiction may not be cured by consent of parties. Louisville versus Motley. If any tribunal court finds absence of proof of jurisdiction, see, that's what you got to ask these judges. If you're ever in a court, ask them what's their jurisdiction, because they absolutely have none. They're Article 1 courts of statutes. They're not courts of law, people.
Wait, what is
There are no
article? Wait,
courts of
what is
law
that?
in
What
this
does that
country.
mean? Wait. Article 1 courts.
Article 1 court, when the Constitution grants us Article 3 courts, which are courts of law, but there are no courts of law operating in this country. They are Article 1 courts of administrative only, and they have no jurisdiction over we the people because they're administrative and they are corporate. All of these people, which I have not touched on this tonight, I don't think, but all of these public servants, from your senators, your congressmen, your local judges, your public office people that are supposed to be, doing for we the people, that were voted into office. They all signed foreign statements, all right, which they gave up their citizenship in this country when they did it. I've already asked my county attorney that. I've already asked several judges that. I've already asked them to supply and to include the county clerk and the city clerk, and all the circuit court clerk rather, and the sheriff's department, all of them. I've asked them for it, and they refused to send it. But yet that document that I have a copy of, which is blank, they are mandated to sign it. They have to sign it, or they won't be in the position they're in. So we have foreigners, even though they're American, they have signed their allegiance to the Crown of England. All right? They are not any longer American. All right, let me get on with this. Burns versus, wait a minute. Let me back up here. Okay, Griffin versus Matthews. Well, I think I already did this. Lack of federal jurisdiction cannot be waived. Okay, Louisville versus Motley. Did I read that one? I think I did. No. If any tribunal court finds absence of proof of jurisdiction over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Yeah. Louisville versus Motley. If any tribunal court finds absence of proof of jurisdiction, which they don't have, over a person and subject matter, the case must be dismissed. The accuser bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That's very important, people.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Because when you question the jurisdiction of a court, they cannot proceed with actions against you till they prove without a shadow of a doubt their jurisdiction.
Wow.
Wherefore the judge has to dismiss the case. All right, getting on with it. Burns versus Superior Court. Ministerial officers are incompetent to receive grants of judicial power from the legislature their acts in attempting to exercise such powers are necessarily nullities. That means it's void, okay, from their inception. Okay, ASIS versus U.S. A judge ceases to sit as a judicial officer because the governing principle, here it is, of administrative law provides that courts are prohibited from substituting their evidence, testimony, record, arguments, and rationale for that of the agency. Additionally, courts are prohibited from substituting their judgment for that of the agency. Courts in administrative issues are prohibited from even listening to or hearing arguments presented or rational.
Wow.
So they can't even hear it. All right. U.S. versus Will. I think I've used this one. Cohen's versus Virginia. When a judge acts where he or she does not have jurisdiction to act, the judge is engaged in an act or acts of treason. The Nazi versus Massachusetts. A writing is void ab initio in the case of fraud in the inception, and it need not be formally rescinded as a prerequisite to right of avoidance. So, when a judge renders decisions, let's back up to this U.S. versus Will. Let me read that again. When a judge acts where he or she does not have jurisdiction, as I just spoke a while ago, to act, the judge is engaged in an act or acts of treason. In our country, the United States codes or codes of federal regulations, whatever they all are, I don't remember exactly which one it specifically states. I've read it, I have it, I just don't have it right here in front of my face, that they can be shot or hung to death for their acts of treason, okay? And these administrative judges that are sitting on their benches doling out demands, commands, and fines and jail sentences. If the people ever freaking woke up, pulled the layers of the onion back, pulled the blinders off, and paid heed to what they truly are, which are treasonous, tyrannical, traitors to this country and to their oath of office, come on, then they should be hung till dead. Come on.
You know what?
Come on.
This
In
leads
here, now.
Okay, this
Get the dog in.
okay, I'm sure you sound tired. You covered so much, and short of if you got any other cases you want to add, but in a nutshell, if you could just explain, if say take my state of New York, for example, we got a governor full on wannabe tyrant, just like Gavin Newsom, standing there laughing in smoke, going like this morning with all the fires that are being fomented, democide in North Carolina, North California, and Oregon, and saying see people, climate change, you want to keep denying climate change? And he gets a giddy grin on his face like Gates does when we're jab and stab.
Yeah, they're just evil.
We're going to take a GMO vaccine.
Evil.
Yeah, he can't help but smile. And we're going to just stab it into a child's vein. Really? And he smiles. And same with Gavin Newsom this morning, smiling. You people think climate change ain't real, as he's standing there in the smoke with the fomented fires that is murder by government. But aside for that, for the people who want to keep their business, be able to feed their children, and you got a Governor Cuomo in New York who wants to shut them down, and in a county executive, Erie County, who loves to like shake his finger. He said in the beginning of all this, he shook his finger and threatened, you landscapers, you're not shut down right now because you're considered essential, but no new mulch. Don't put no new mulch on with any of your jobs. No funny business or I'll shut down your business. Shaking his finger, knowing in his mind he's got the power to take any business and shut them down. Send the Department of Health.
In the hell, my question is, why in the hell are the people sitting back and allowing it to be done?
As you said, it's not even so much ignorance. They're naive because they're using words like mandates. And people hear this mandate coming from the governor and the mandate because of the virus for public health and safety. And they're using the Department of Health and the Liquor Authority to go, okay, just in the last few weeks, they allowed now bars, restaurants, and certain other business, hair cutting places to open, but strict guidelines, right? Mandates. These people don't want to lose their business. So they open up, and it was so bad in the beginning. It was like, you got a bar restaurant. If you're going to have a live band, you people got to be masked while you're standing up because you can't wear a mask and eat. So you can sit down, take your mask off and eat, but you stand up, put your mask back on. You go to leave the place, put your mask on. One person standing up without their mask on could get that whole business shut down or fined $10,000. So this is what got small businesses in my area scared. It's this kind of stuff. My son just told me he went to a gym that finally opened up. They're like, we can't open the gyms until we got the right kind of ventilation help. And I wouldn't trust that. That's a great way to toxify people. But he just informed me they wore masks. I'm like, you're kidding me. Do not go to a gym and wear a mask. Do not do it. You'll kill you. It's maddening. So enough people. And I cannot believe I'm like old. I'm really like not paid attention. But so many people count on gyms for their exercise versus going out and cutting trees and chopping wood and whatever. So they count on the gyms. And they've been so stressed out since the gym's been closed.
You know what the people would have done back in the old day when they had a backbone?
Hung the tyrants. Yeah, yes.
Well, besides tar and feather their ass.
Yeah.
They would end up lynching them.
Yeah.
But nowadays, I guess they're too damn docile.
Well, that's what the fluoride's for. That's why they've been fluoridating. Look.
People should be going to the daggone offices of the governor.
Yes.
The governor oversees every cabinet, everything within the state. He is accountable for, be it the health, whatever. Okay? He is accountable for it all. The governor is. So,
well,
until the people wake up and they get your Heineken with a whole hell of a lot of other people to go with them.
Yes.
Because this is something that only one individual can do on their own. This is something that the people have to do. The people, because if they had take those laws, or rather those cases that I cited, that have already been argued to the United States Supreme Court, and I have so many others, man. And here's some more. They are preventing the people from living their life.
Yes.
They're preventing the people from their liberties.
They're preventing the people from their basic oxygen.
Wait a minute. Yeah. The 18, and I can't look it up because I don't have the use of my computer right now. But 18 USC 241, 18 USC 242,
color of law,
and 42 USC 1983.
Right.
All of these are the infringements upon the people's liberties. Those United States codes can be used against all of these perpetrators that are infringing on our common law rights, and they can spend about 20 years, the first two that I mentioned, in a federal penitentiary. If death results from their infringement upon the people, they can be killed. They can be killed for what they have done.
Yeah.
And you stop and think of how many people's already died as a result of what they've already done.
Exactly. Oh, people don't
Okay.
realize how many seniors, elders, locked
Yeah.
down, isolated 6 months.
Yeah.
6 months. Children in masks. You know what? One of the things you mentioned, 18 U.S. Code 242, it's deprivation of rights under color law. I'm going to read the last sentence.
Don't forget 241.
Yeah, that's conspiracy
241
against rights.
and 242.
Yeah, but let me read. I'm going to read this last sentence under this. It's shall be fined, violating color of law, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years or for life or both, or may be sentenced to death.
Right.
Bodily injury, if bodily injury results from the acts committed in violation of this section. I'm telling you.
Where two or more are joined together in coherence against preventing somebody from living their life. I don't know if that's in the 241 or 242 or both of them. I don't recall. But yeah.
And then then there's the Civil Rights Act of 1964. There's so many ways.
People need to write this stuff up.
Yep.
Okay? They need to type up just those three and also the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Yes.
All right? And send it to the governor by registered mail.
Registered. And why?
Registered is red and white.
Yes, red and white. Not
and get a whole bunch of signatures on that.
Yeah. And certified, you say it can go to no man's land, right?
Forget the certified. Just absolutely forget the certified.
So
certified is the green card. Return receipt requested, and you hardly ever get the daggone green card back, so there goes your evidence. If you send it registered mail, the red and the white, it is hand delivered from one carrier to the next carrier, and between them, it's under lock and key. So it's not going to get lost. It's going to make it to that governor's desk. And you hold the son of a gun accountable.
Look.
And send that and say, you have 5 days, whatever days you want to come up with. You don't have to do like an attorney does, because we the people. We're not under their mandate to draw up a contract or a letter devised like an attorney would do it. Bullshit. Just write the damn thing. And then get all page after page after page of people printing their names. All right? Putting their addresses on it. They're going to have to stand up or they're going to have to shut up. One of the two. This is a fight for our lives.
Yes, it is.
This is not a damn game.
Right.
This is screwing up people's livelihoods. It's killing people, etc., etc. So I'm giving you all the opportunity to stand up for yourselves, your family, and your friends, your nation, and your community.
Okay.
What I'm about to say, you need to pay heed to.
Yeah.
So you get all the signatures you can. You devise a letter, and if y'all want to know, I can also devise the letter. But, it's something shortly put. I'll give you a little leeway here on how to do it. You address the governor, you put his address, you address the secretary governor, not secretary, but the underling what is that? Lieutenant governor. All right.
Yes.
So you address it to the governor and lieutenant governor. You put the address on it, and and then infringement on rights, infringement of rights, and then put not dear because it's not your daggone friend. Okay, you just put their daggone name, gov, whatever, secretary. Not secretary. I keep wanting to say that for some reason. The one of them's out there probably cussing me out right now.
Yeah.
But whatever I said a while ago, and then put the date on it. Then put the date on it, and then write out the 18 USC 241. My RA is flared up, man. And 18 USC 242. And the other one, the 42 USC 1983 and Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Yes.
Put it all up there. Print it out. They'll just mark the United States code on there. Print it out so he can or he or she can read it. And then send it with all those signatures. And those people's got to put their addresses on there. So I would suggest you get as many signatures as you can and send it to him, registered mail, him or her. And give him in that letter 7 days to respond for his treasonous, tyrannical, and some of these laws that I end up bringing up where they end up breaching their oath of office. Look that one up because they are actually a Class B felon for having usurped their constitutional oath to support and uphold it, which makes them treasonous. And look that up and print it and send it. And I would probably say we'll be there to remove you from office because you are not representing the people. When we voted you in, now some states have a recall vote when these people that are in public office do not do the will of the people, that they are warring against the people, and they're warring against their constitutional oath. Whereby the recall vote, and a lot of states have it, but I don't even think half of the states have it, but some states will have that option too. But I think they would clearly get that message.
Oh, yeah.
Then you can do what's called a citizen's arrest against that governor. You can call...
Sheriff?
No, you call the military. Call the army. And I would probably go so far as to send them a copy of it. Then I would send one to the President of the United States. And I would send one to the Secretary of State in Washington, along with one that's going to the governor. Or your governor, whatever state y'all are listed that have it. And there you go. And that includes your mayors, whoever, the police department,
county executives,
anybody that's going against the people.
Yes.
Okay? Because they all swore an oath to uphold their Constitution. So they're going against the people. They're going against the oath. They're going against what this country stands for. And they're warring against the people. People keep thinking that there's going to be a war. There's going to be a revolution. What the hell do they think we're going through right now? They just haven't woke up yet to wake up and know that you're in it right now, people.
That's right.
It's not coming. It's here.
Yes.
And if you just keep sitting back and keep sitting back, then that UN might just be rapping at your door, or the Chinese, or whoever the hell they want to bring to,
And again, it's part of the glitch with people is, well, it's our governor and it's our Department of Health and they mandated. And in their minds, they believe that's like law versus codes, regulations, commerce
Well,
against us.
and possibly ending this on that topic, there is no law in this country. It does not exist. It's a figment of people's imagination. The only law there is public law and Father Almighty's law, common law that's in and recognized by that Constitution. I suggest y'all read it. You know, and I haven't delved into the public law that much other than what I did with the House Joint Resolution 192 and House Resolution 1491, because that was in there for me to go up against utility companies. But anyway, you know.
So if in my area, my county, okay, if 100 business owners got together and did what you suggested, and write a letter,
Yep.
get signatures, send it to the governor.
Yeah.
You're on alert. You're on alert. You best.
No, you're being warned. You're being given notice. You're being given notice. And that's what I would title it. You know, drop down after his or her name, and I would put notice. You know, warning notice, whatever.
Emergency alert. You're put on notice. Yeah. And because people emotionally, people are ready to fight, right? But they're fearful from being ignorant of the law.
Look, there's more of us than there is of them.
That's right.
What the hey is the freaking governor going to call out the militia against the people? For what?
Yeah.
Because he's tyrannical and treats us?
Well, one of the first
I'll tell you what, you need to contact your daggone local militia and give them that document too.
Right. And militia has been given a bad name, but militia means...
Yeah, I know they have been.
Yeah, and militia is, what is militia? All age...
14, I think, up to 30 something.
No, 50s, 60s, I think.
No. Don't go up that high.
Oh, all right.
I
didn't know that. Okay. But all men, women of age that are like able, willing to defend the people.
It's a responsibility
A duty.
to do it.
Yes.
Everybody that is able-bodied should be joined up into a militia.
And that's why mainstream media has, and that's what Oklahoma City, a local guy by me, Tim McVeigh, Oklahoma City bombing. They did all that to give militia a bad name, in a sense. And the Patriot Act, Joe Biden did the Patriot Act after that. See, militia, they're all KKK, crazy wackos, people with guns that you can't trust. They'll do anything. That was the whole point. Put militia in a bad light. Not the militia is, like you said, it's a duty. Like in Sweden, they're like, it's
supposed to protect the people against the tyrant.
Yep.
That's it. It's to prevent the government from overrunning the people.
Yes. Yep. So it makes sense that the government, who controls the media, would put militia in a bad light, and they'll do their level best, and they'll bend over backwards and do false flags and kill people and sacrifice just to make their narrative strong. Yeah. But oh my goodness. So remedy is
here's another remedy for you.
Yeah.
If the people are serious about doing any of what I've mentioned, you need to take this audio file and you need to have a town hall meeting And you need to play this audio file for these folks. If they truly want to do anything to save this nation, save their town, save their city, then they need to do what was suggested.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because until the businesses come together, until the people of the communities come together and spread the word on what was just relayed tonight on your channel, then, not a damn thing is going to change. Because until the people stand up and push back for what tyrannical, treasonous traitors that are doing what they're doing and their ills, and the people that they have killed thus far, which I could only fathom the number of people that have been murdered as a result of what they've done with this CV. I can only fathom, and the destruction. And I mean, blood is on their hands. There's a thing called clean hands doctrine. You need to look that one up. I don't have it burned in my mind, but I do know the terminology, and you can look it up under those words. Clean hands doctrine. And people can be held accountable under that. And so when they have committed murder, and they have infringed on the people's rights to pursue, their liberties and their right to happiness, and et cetera, then, that has caused people health problems. It's caused stress. It has caused innumerable
death,
suicide,
death.
And their hands, they will be accountable to the Father Almighty.
Yeah.
Because the blood of those so-called victims, which they were, victims of a devised, coerced, racketeering, collusion, all of it together, balled up into one.
Engineered.
Has caused it.
Yes.
And this was planned.
Yes.
It wasn't something that just popped out there. This stuff was planned for years. Decades.
Fauci in 2017. There will be a pandemic in the next administration. He said that. Yeah. And he stands on the world stage. We're never going to shake hands again.
This was in the making back in 2004.
Oh, yeah. Well, look. JFK, Iron Mountain Report, the Agenda 21. I mean, it's been in the making since. But here's the thing. What you're pointing out, people need to really, communities, neighborhoods, neighbors, they need to coalesce and say, hey, are we going to take a stand?
Yeah.
And how do we take this stand? Partly legally, yeah. We can't fight this whole thing politically. There is no full political solution to the wickedness coming upon us. Netflix.
No, because there is no political arena for us to go to. Simply because all the courts are crooked, they're all one-sided, they're all commerce and commercial. So who in the hell are you going to get the remedy from? It has to come from we the people.
Right. Yeah, you got Netflix right now having 11-year-old girls doing twerking stuff. And somebody was like,
not go there, man.
Why? No, but somebody pointed out, why would Netflix do this when they know they're going to lose business?
Yeah, because they're evil.
They will take
That's
the
what
hit.
They want.
Just
they
like
want the prevalence of evil and demonic spirited things to be loosed on this earth.
Yeah, just like the mayors in all the cities, let it burn. They will do that. They'll take the hit. They don't care. They're taking one for the team, and they're going to be one of the first ones of the useless, whatever. The whole system, it's all so wicked, but it is the will of the people. We don't need this false government law, shadow government law way to go by and be like, because a lot of people want to be law abiding. That's part of the problem. they're not only fluoridated, but they're like
most people are
right,
natural law, common sense, people. People would not look and elect to have wars with other nations and all this killing and demanding somebody else pay heed to what they're saying and do what they say and how high to jump, etc., etc. People just want to live their simple little lives.
That's right.
As best they can to strive to get their little piece of pie and live at peace and harmony with mankind. But then you got all the a-holes on the media, mainstream media, preaching war, preaching this, fearing that, But again, I tell everybody to go back to praying, You can't do this without the Father.
No.
There's no way,
No, absolutely.
But anyway.
Yeah, because the battle
is... I'm tired.
Yeah, I know you are. You shared so much. And the battle is ultimately spiritual. But we need to hold the fort, right? And as best we can until the Lord returns. The laws were given in what's going on in this world, and for small businesses, for parents being told their children have to wear a mask to go to school and all that kind of stuff. We're dealing with the here and now right now, and yeah, it's
okay. I have a poem, not mine, to somebody else's, and I would like to read that, if I may.
Yes, please do. Yes. Yeah.
This is called Invictus. Out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods there be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced or cried aloud. Under the bludgeoning of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. Beyond this veil of doubt and fear looms but the terror of the shade, and yet the passing of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how strait the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. And that is a choice for your soul to do what's right, what's wrong. But you have to pray to the Father Almighty, because you have the choice of good or evil. And by allowing what is being done to mankind right now, right here and now, is a choice. So if people sit back on their honkers, too scared to get up, and to fight, then, you might as well roll over right now and die.
Right.
Because if you're that cowardly not to stand up for yourself, at least do it for your children.
Right. And it's one thing to be weak. Like, I don't have the strength, the energy, right? But, okay, so that you can okay. But for those who have the strength, the energy, but they're just going to follow the government and not, I don't want to look at, what, I don't want to look at history. I don't want to look at what really happened. I just don't want to know anything unpleasant. I want to stay in a comfort zone.
Yeah, I know. And, hey, it's a cruel world out there.
Yes.
Nothing's going to be handed to you. But this poem, I just seen it here on this page, is from the mind of W.E. Henley's, rather. But he went on at the end of this, or somebody did. It says to be, and this isn't part of the poem, but it explains something, to be the master of your fate and the captain of your soul requires a tremendous amount of courage. We are up against a system that intends to rule us in any manner they see fit. A declaration of sovereignty and a loyal title to your land is a very good stop to that. Your freedom will leave only if you let it. It's up to you. I've declared, as has thousands of others. Very few have updated their patent. For the best of reasons, they did not know a patent existed, but they will by the thousands as soon as they learn how, where, what, and when. Will you be in that group? America needs you and your patented land. So you have to put a patent on your property to make it a loyal, to own it, so that the government no longer owns it.
Loyal,
I
yeah.
know a doctor here.
The one guy, Sovereign Living, all one word. I think he's a Canadian, but I think he lived in Texas. And he was like, if you gotta buy your land and purchase it with silver or gold, silver, and to make it a loyal. And I know in Alaska there are some not unincorporated land you could buy, but beyond that, I don't know. We got much time left to even
Well, I can.
And somebody,
we can discuss this later.
yes,
Because this document that I just read that poem from, actually tells people how to patent your ground.
Yeah,
how to do it.
Yeah, that's what people need.
You know?
And look, somebody in the side chat said a strong video suggestion. Third attempt. Antifa admits starting fires via tweets. Also see latest from the Outer Lights. Thanks. Yeah, the fires going on right now on the West Coast, they're absolutely fomented. It is not just like, nature or climate change.
Well,
no.
They're burning down America, and Americans are sitting on their ass not doing a damn thing about it. I mean, this angers me, okay? I have fought for decades to stand up against tyranny and treason and the goon squads that are out there trying to infringe on the people's rights. And I have spoke on this for years, for 6.5 years, daily, just about, with over 16,000 videos that I put up in that length of time, trying to educate my fellow Americans. And,
well,
I have seen little change, man.
Well,
and it breaks my heart.
Well,
it ticks me off. I have had family members die to defend and support this country. And when I see Americans being lazy and placid and tacit acquiesced on what the hell is going on, it angers me.
I hear you. But listen, they're fluoridated and people are watching TV news. You know, a lot of people are not.
When I was younger, I did it through my adult life too. But then I bought me a Berkey, and my mind is strong, even though my body's not. But people can't cry out and say, it's the fluoride. Can't do it. My granddaughter was a straight A student. My grandson was a straight A student. And they drank the fluoride. So I don't buy in that it's all blamed on the fluoride and the pineal gland is calcified. I just don't buy into it.
Well, it's part of. It does.
It plays a part of. It'll probably shorten their lives and all this stuff. But, they're not stupid individuals is my point. So, where is it that the majority of the American people are still sitting on their butt and not doing a damn thing and sitting there taking it and taking it and taking it? You might as well bend over, grab your ankles, and say, here, help me again.
Well, that's what the mask is. That's what I say. It's everybody's bending, grabbing their ankles. I mean, that's
Right.
what that is. That is what that is. That's a sign of our acquiescence and capitulation and yeah. But together, like what is it? Like 1%, maybe, in
Oh
of
hell, I don't
humans.
even think it's 1% anymore. You know,
Yeah. So but in strength in
probably
numbers.
0.5% of that. I
Yeah.
don't know. Really, I
Strength in
don't.
numbers. If the people start and you reminded me, like before you said, like you call somebody's office, if they get like 8 phone calls in a day, they consider that or something like that. Like it's like,
Yeah,
wow.
if you call a senator's office or your state representative, if they receive 7 calls in one day about the same topic, they consider that an emergency.
Yeah.
So why in the hell aren't the American people calling about the fact to let them know that, hey, we're awake out here. We know that you're doing stuff that we, by golly, don't like.
Have you ever seen?
Why aren't they firing letters off to them to let them know we, the people, are going to hold you accountable for your treason, your tyrannical actions against us? But nobody's doing nothing. Now, look, I hold them accountable. I call them. You know I do. I put it all up on my YouTube channels. I chew their butts out. I leave messages. I'm treated like crap. People tell me, oh, well, honey draws more, whatever the hell that saying is, than getting upset and all that. Hey, I've dealt with these assholes, these tyrannical, treasonous people for years, for decades. I've been lied to. I've been used. I've been, you name it. I don't have any respect for these individuals because why? They have none for us. Absolutely none. And I took a young lady down a few notches when she started barking at me on the damn phone. And I start out my conversations respectfully and nicely and in a civil tone. But you come off at me like you're my damn Lord and Master when you're not. There's only one of those. And I answer to him and him alone. But you come at me with that attitude, I will put you in your place in a New York daggone second. And I asked her, are you a public servant? She said, yes, I am. Then you need to act accordingly. You are not my Lord and Master, and you are daggone sure not I'm not your subject. I said, you are accountable. I said, were you forced into your job? She said, no, I was not. I said, great. I said, who pays you your income? She said, the people. I said, then act accordingly. Don't you talk to me like you're above me because, honey, you're not. And then she toned her attitude down and she said, what may I do to help you?
Okay, wait.
I mean, she changed a 360-degree turn there,
Okay, you're giving great example how individuals, one by one, can make a difference. Making calls and talking. And then, but a lot of people, like, they're not maybe up for that, but in groups, right? But then you got the Insurrection Act. What, Insurrection Act. What is that? Is that where our World War I soldiers wanted their money and they hunkered down in tents?
I don't know. You're getting off into something I'm not versed in.
All right. Okay.
I've heard of it. I know what insurrection is. So that you're not bowing down to do whatever,
Well, here we got. Wait. We got militia to defend against enemies, all enemies, foreign and domestic, right? And then you got the government going like, oh, any enemies? We got COG, continuity of government. We got at all costs.
It's all about them. It's the continuity for them, for them. Still in the Cesta QV Trust for them.
Yes.
Yeah. They're making money hand over fist, not making it, but stealing it. not paying taxes on it, and they're robbing the people blind. This is the reason they get into government. So sit in their high office. How many times have you ever called? And I have many a time over the years. How many times you call and, leave a message, okay? Nobody's in the damned office. So what? Then I find out years ago they're sitting there with their daggone computers watching porn on the damn thing. You know? And good gosh almighty, don't call them on a Monday because they're not going to be in office because they're getting drunk all damn weekend. Don't call them on a Friday because it's already high times of getting ready for the weekend to party again. You know, so you're daggone lucky if you can get anybody. I tell you what, I tried to call earlier this week, Mitch McConnell's office. Can't get him. Can't even leave a damn message on his answer machine. Okay? Can't even leave him a message. And he's working for we the people? Really? No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Right.
But something's coming, and it's coming fast, and it's a freight train. Now, you know, we hadn't touched on my latest issue of having the freaking, we did yesterday, so I won't even go on that topic again. But, you know, I'm not worried about it.
We need ways. We need ways. We need ways for the people who even don't want to touch into law or learn about law or if they don't,
they're lost.
Well,
if
yes.
you don't learn your standing, and you're gonna be lost.
True. But in number,
if you don't have the yellow brick road, so to speak, to know where to walk and how to talk the talk, then you're not going to make it. That's as plain as I can put it. If you don't know how to stand up against the tyranny that's being perpetrated against you, you're not going to make it.
Well, wait. What about when you say just people who are God-fearing and know their God-given rights and know they're being abused, misused, and go like, okay, I don't know the law part of it, but I know they're doing tyranny against me. And you get enough people together. You know what I mean? It's like the people do need.
What's the question?
Well, I guess just some guidance that people need leadership. They need people who know, like what you know.
Wait a minute. Please let me interrupt you there.
Yeah.
People don't need leadership. They need to become the leader that they're looking for. People need to stand up for themselves because there ain't going to be no damn babysitter out there to hold your hand and walk you down the daggone street. Yes, there can be people like me. Sure, there are a lot of them out there talking about what needs to be done, but if the daggone people aren't going to get off their lazy cabooses and support those entities, those living flesh souls that have hung their asses out on the limb to stand up for them, then they'll get just picked off one by one.
Look,
just like they're doing on YouTube.
There's a man in Alaska. I can't remember his name. And I can't even remember right now the channel that supports him, that puts, he wanted to do a Liberty Bell system. If officials are coming to your house to take you away from your home or vaccinate you against your will or take your land or whatever.
Well, you do a thing called self-protect. You shoot the son of a bitch. Okay?
Well, you
have the right given by God Almighty, Father Almighty, to protect yourself. All right? He says, if you do not have a sword, sell your cloak and go buy you one. You're not supposed to sit there and let them beat the hell out of you or drag you off and kidnap you. You have the right to defend yourself.
Oh, here's the thing. A lot of people do not realize when you are arrested a lot of times that is kidnapping. And Schaefer,
It is
Schaefer,
every time.
Schaefer,
Unless you injure another soul, unless you destroy somebody's property. Now, when I say that, I mean intentionally destroy somebody's property, not an accident or you run over somebody's curb and run into their tree, that you're going to go to jail because of it. But if you deliberately harm another individual, these two things are the only reason anybody ought to be locked up in this country. Okay? That's the only two reasons. If they intentionally do harm to another individual.
Violence, yeah. Yeah, and over 50% of our population in prison right now is victimless crime, mostly drug use. Over 50%.
Yeah, well, look,
it's an
if
industry.
somebody decides to shoot up, if they decide to do whatever they're doing to themselves, who the hell is the government to say that they can't? It's their body. And if somebody is a drug dealer and you got somebody that's wanting the drug, they are consenting to get the drug to use for themselves. Okay? So how is that? They're going to get it from somebody out there, whether it's the one that they went to or somebody else. It's what they want to do. Nobody has the right to tell somebody what to do with their own body. I don't give a damn who they are.
That's right. Okay, so it's Schaefer Cox from Alaska. They arrested him because he wanted to start up a system, Liberty Bell system for militia. Like if one person's getting violated, they make a phone call. They get help from their local neighbors, a local sort of thing. And he's in prison. He's a political prisoner.
For what reason?
Because he wanted militia to help the local community. He set up a system in Alaska. And he's a young man. He had a young boy and a wife, and they put him in prison. He's still in prison now. He's a political prisoner.
In prison, not jail?
Prison, yep.
What was the charge?
I'm not sure.
Because he merely wanted to get a militia together?
He set up the Liberty system in Alaska. Yep. For his state. It was like, if you are you're getting violated at your doorstep, you call your local militia to help. And for that, they put him in prison. Oh, yeah. That is
unfreaking believable.
Yeah, and he's still in prison. He's got a young boy, hasn't been able to see him. His wife, his young boy, young man when he was put in prison.
Well, then I can suggest one thing to the wife. She needs to call the judge up and ask what the damn tax ID number is on the case.
There's a couple in Texas. They keep track of political prisoners. And what's his name? Anderson. That ties in with the Gulf Coast, Horizon, BP oil spill. David Christensen. Yes. So this.
Well, he disappeared years ago. Has he resurfaced?
I don't know. I talked to him about 2 years ago, but since then I haven't heard anything. But this couple from Texas, Lone Texas, I forget their name. They're a faith-filled. They're faith-based couple. They pray and they help political prisoners. Kent Hovind was one. Kent Hovind was like, he is amazing. Kent, Kent. Well, Kent Hovind, he has debated the best of the best, Bill Nye, the science guy, and all that.
Oh, he is a dumbass. I'm sorry to say it, but he is an absolute dumbass liar.
Yeah. He's paid by the government, CIA plant, like teach the kids that God isn't real. But Kent Hovind has debated all these evolutionists so perfectly. They found a way. You know how they put him in prison for 9 years? A lot of it solitary. Because when he borrowed money out of his own money bank, they said they even made a law just to cover that. They said
Wait a minute, there is no law.
He took out too much money, or his wife did, took out too much money in a day. And for that, they imprisoned him 9 years because he took out too much of his own money. And they called it
unbelievable.
They made a law in Florida.
I would never put money in a bank.
Listen, they made a law to cover their butts for how they imprisoned him, and they called it restructuring. That's it.
I don't care what they called it. It's not law.
Yeah. They
and
did that
the
to
bank did, or legislation did, or what? Who created this supposed law?
State of Florida came up with a plan, like restructuring. He took out too much money out of his own bank, and he might have been.
The governor ended up doing this. You're saying the state of Florida?
I think so.
Who?
I think so. He had in Florida. He had a Dino Land going, sort of like Disneyland, maybe not, but it was like, okay. He was all about teaching creationism, and he has debated evolutionists.
Creationism.
Yep. God made the world.
Major crap.
Well, no, the God-based world versus evolution, and he's debated evolutionists. With one hand tied behind his back, he.
Okay, so this was political.
Yes.
Politically motivated.
Yes.
To take him out of the way.
Yep. And they did for 9 years. They never killed him off.
They killed him?
No. They never did. They had him in solitary confinement. They moved him to different prisons. Every time you move a prisoner, there's more risk. They're going to be killed. But it was because he debated well evolutionists versus creationism. He's proved that by the schools teaching evolution in school, it leads children to not believing in God and more apt for crime and murder and all that. He had a multi-million-dollar business going in Florida where they set up with dinosaur bones. He was interested in archaeology, and he showed bones and different things, and how they like the evolutionists will try and say it's like evolution's real, and he was like, no, it's still all about creation, and proving the theories of carbon dating and all that with the bones and all that. He had a whole area set up for people to come visit, like Dino Land. And so for that, he did have millions vested. But when his wife took out more than a certain amount of money from the bank in one day, they arrested him. They said, and they...
Why would they arrest him if she's the one who took it out?
Yeah, that's a good question. But they said, hey, you are in violation of, and they had to make up a law. They called it restructuring. If you take out too much money in a day. And to this day, in New York, you take out, I don't know if it's all over, but in New York, you take out more than $3,000 from your bank, you will get flagged. You'll get flagged, and the IRS will be checking on you. And why did you take out more than $3,000 of your own money in one day? So yeah. But they had him in prison for 9 years.
He's still in there?
No. He's out now. And it's been rough on him. It's like, because they put him in solitary several times. that ties in with Corona and the mask and social distancing. They put him in solitary. He's got trouble with his throat. He's probably about 60. Yeah, maybe a little older than that. But they
So he doesn't
try to
have Dino Land or whatever no more.
say again.
They don't have. He doesn't have that Dino Land or whatever it's called.
I don't think. No. But he
they
started
run
back
his
up
life.
again. No. God's been with him. He started back up again and get people to like pitch in together. Like, hey, let's do some kind of missionary work and community based. He gets people from all over the world to join with him. But I'm telling you, they put him 9 years only because he debated the top evolutionists of the world. He debated them successfully. So they found a reason.
He should have filed a damn commercial lien against them.
He should have had you helping him. Somebody. He didn't have enough. I don't think he got enough help, lawyer wise while he was in prison. And his wife and him since divorced. But beyond that's all. I'm telling you, he's top notch. Kent, Kent, Hovind, Hovind. Look him up. He's amazing.
I can't look down this stuff.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can't. But I'm telling you, take my word for it. He's like a top-notch debater of God's word against the evolutionists of this world.
Yeah.
And that's why they took him out. They found a way. Like, you took too much money out of your bank one day. 9 years in prison. Wow. See? And if it can be him, it can be any of us. And we got to realize that. And we got to know what our rights are.
Yeah, like I've dealt with what I've been through.
Right.
I mean, it's pretty damn sad when a freaking insurance company can call a damn United States freaking attorney and have them threaten you, intimidate you, threaten to kidnap your ass, and have the grand jury after your ass, all because I'm after them for their breaking the damn laws, their charter, and being in contempt of court. Now, how the hell does that happen?
Yeah. Who did you get visited by 2 days ago? Who came to your door?
Yesterday morning. Damn FBI agent. So they claim to be. I don't think they were, but they claim to be. Who in the hell sends two supposed FBI agents to your house to deliver a damn letter from the United States District Attorney, Assistant District Attorney? And I figured the assistant would have his ass up here in Washington. He wouldn't be in Kentucky. Okay? But anyway, Monday hadn't rolled around yet, so I'm going to get to the bottom of this shit. So, and those FBI supposed self-proclaimed agents did not leave cards. They did not, but they did break the law. I thought that was funny. Yeah, we've done been on the phone with the post office up in Washington. They gave me the code on the law that they broke, and that was touching that mailbox. Boy, it was a fatal mistake. $250,000 each, 3 years in prison each. Wait till that damn attorney gets that shit.
And what was the other? Oh, and you've also had your calls, like you got like a fax machine noise in your phone calls, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been monitoring my damn phones for years. I say phones. I don't have but one now, but yeah, hell, I had my own phone sitting. I had one that I ran for workers' comp, for people that needed my help in the statutes and stuff of this state. And so I had a workers' comp hotline, so to speak, where people could call me any day, time of night, weekends, whatever. If they needed my help, I was there. So anyway, I gave that up. But when I had it for years, they ended up calling it. My phone that I was on talking to somebody was calling that phone. It was sitting on the side of my chair. So I'm sitting talking to a friend of mine on the damn phone, and my phone number that I was talking on was calling the phone number that was sitting on the arm of the chair. Or the phone that wasn't being used was calling the number I'm sitting here talking on. Vice versa. It didn't matter. You know?
I think, I don't know what's going on, but I just went back from the YouTube channel to the, StreamYard, whatever. And it was, oh, wait. No. Never mind. I was thinking they cut off our conversation. Somebody in the side chat said, UB, Universal Basic Income, is coming and will keep many in check. Probably be tied in with trust stamp, patent 20200060606, and Neuralink. The body of Christ needs to pray. Now, I think she's referring to the Bill Gates, his patent, cryptocurrency, World Order 2020 060606.
Yeah.
Basically,
bullshit.
What it is cryptocurrency, meaning it's like DNA tied, and it'll monitor. Like, say they say, hey, Carol, hey, Polly, you guys get out there and jog for like 5 hours. And then if you, it can censor it. And if you did your job, then you get your loaf of bread. I don't know. Something like that. It's like, wow. In a nutshell, it's like, wow.
I'll go flying up your backside.
That's right. That's right. Oh my goodness. And blockchain.
Wait a minute. That's another thing I want to address here.
Yeah.
I mean, I see and I hear and I read and I'm sent a lot of daggone information every now and again. And all this BS about the damn cryptocurrency and all this other crap that they want to pull out the stops on. If people will freaking take their damn money out of the banks, and they will stop going to the freaking restaurants and wasting money instead of cooking and doing it in their home and reconnecting with their children, okay? Playing board games and get the hell done with the cell phones and whatever other smart damn devices they got out there now. This has been and could have been a very good reconnect with families had they chosen to do so. But instead, you got people abusing their children because they're home, they're hemmed up in the house, and all this shit. Well, that's a lousy-ass excuse. You have a propensity to be mean if that's your propensity to be mean. It doesn't mean a damn thing about you having, being closed up because of CV or none of this crap. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. Whether you're freaking locked up in your house because of it or not. It just brings out more of you being an asshole. You know what I mean? So, the thing of the people should have taken this opportunity to reconnect to their children, get to know them, pray with them, teach them, guide them, stand up for them, instead of sitting back and, woe is me. I'm so tired of sitting home.
Yeah.
I'm so, what the heck? You're sitting home, use the damn time wisely.
Okay, you're talking about a certain percent, but listen, this brings up the whole thing about school. Right now, school is not safe. Okay, I hear so many people say for last 6 months.
It's not safe. They're going to kill your children if they go back to school.
Wait. They go like, oh, you stay safe on the news and all that, and it's not safe. And I go like, okay, school is not safe. Not if they're going to mask and social distance those children. Not safe.
Well, it doesn't matter whether they're going to mask or not mask. It's not going to be safe because of 5G.
Yeah, you got that too.
Word. I should not have said that.
No, but you're right. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Time now, families, like, even if you think like I'm a parent, I'm a single parent, I work, I can't watch my younger child. I count on school to like help watch them, whatever.
And hire a babysitter.
Well, no. Here's the thing. Stop doing their way of homeschooling. It's got to be each family by themselves.
Oh, yeah. We discussed that.
Yeah, and get with your
Get some
community.
parents together that everybody, does a little group thing. And, because I'll tell you what, if I had children school age now, ain't no doggone way I'd be sending my child back to school to be killed.
Well, and if they weren't killed,
they do have the school rooms armed up with.
Guess what? They plan to teach them. They have a number to it, like 6, 1, 12, some kind of number. It's like, oh, we're going to teach them BLM, civil rights, Marxist ideas. So on top of them poisoning their minds, they're going to physically harm them, and everything but God, right? You get in school, you get like oh dear God Almighty, they even teach them like sex toys and stuff, in some of those schools.
Oh dear goodness.
Well, listen.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
I hate you. It's true. And listen, so aside for all this, get the kids the hell out of school. Stop paying the government and teachers unions and all that. In my area, the teachers unions, they gave them the Primo Cadillac health insurance, where cosmetic surgery was included, and it would give you like breast implants and stuff. And so many teachers were going for the cosmetic. That's where the tax dollars. Okay, get your kids out of school. Get real teachers that care about kids, the ones that care, and get a local community. Get a branch going in your community, or get 5 families together. You don't need a real official teacher. Get 5 families together, books, and a few parents. And guess what? If you're like, I can't do this, parents that are like, I can't do this, I'm not a teacher, I'm scared, I don't know how to do it. Guess what? Get with 5 families.
What do they say is going to happen when they turn the lights out? Okay? What are they going to do then when the child's with them 24/7? Are they going to let them sit there and their minds just, they stop the age of what they was taught? I mean, I am a teacher. I have been all my life with my children, my grandchildren, and with the public now. And it's what I do. I learn, I share it. Now, I did homeschooling with my son. I got into it sooner, and I wished I had. I would have taught my daughters. But it didn't end up that way. So I just taught him for a couple of years. It's not a hard thing to do. But some children, they'll sit there and they'll do it without any interference of the parent. Some of them won't. They can do a daggone week's homework in one day on that stuff.
Right.
Some of them need assistance, but there are books that guide you. There are books for the teacher parent to instruct. It's all in the kit, man. It's all in the kit.
You know what's funny? A lot of people get caught up on the math, right? But the math changes by design. They want to make it so that your parents can't communicate. Schools have made
a basic math, English,
no,
spelling.
No. That's not what schools want to put a block.
I'm not talking about the schools. I'm talking about homeschooling.
Yeah.
Screw the school system.
No, but all I'm saying is, look, they have purposely put a blockade by changing it all the time. Even just take math, changing it so parents can't teach their children or older siblings.
That's why I said go back to the basics.
Yes. Yep. Yep. That's right.
Because they have convoluted it so much, it's a damn wonder a child even knows 2 + 2.
Oh,
But you can
oh,
get
yeah.
out and interconnect with other families that are doing the same thing. They have a connection system. You can go on field trips together. I used to take my grandson, who lived with me for 10 months, I used to take him to the art museum. Look, common sense goes a long way in this world. It's not just book sense. It's common sense. And I would rather have a relationship with somebody that's got common sense above somebody that's got book sense. Because the majority of the people that are taught the book crap, it's based on lies. The history of this nation is based on lies.
Yep.
You know,
Revisionist.
and the English, the language that's been taught to us is a lie. They convoluted the daggone language so much so that when you think that you're traveling, you know, and they want to call it driving, well, you're not driving, you're traveling. You know, they have a language for them in commerce and commercial bullshit, and then there's the thing for we the people.
Yes.
Okay? So you have an automobile. But then that automobile, they call it a vehicle, which puts you under their daggone statutes and regulations and all the BS.
Yes.
So a vehicle is a commercial conveyance to go down the road that's doing commerce. An automobile is your private conveyance that you're you know, traveling in.
Yes.
There's the commerce. So they have all these daggone word usages and changes and all this stuff to mix you up. And that's how the court system is too, because their wordage in a court system is totally different than what we've been trained. Okay, let me give you an example, and I may have brought this up to you in the past, but I've talked to several people about law, so I don't know if I've told you or not. Let's say when a police officer ends up pulling you over, let's say they went to arrest you. Well, apparently I hear of late that they're doing away with reading people the Miranda right. They're just damn locking them up anyway.
Wow.
They don't read them the Miranda right. But the Miranda right is anything and everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand your rights? Or do you understand? Now, that individual that's trained in the frickin' screwed up language that we call English language in this country has been taught that understand, the word understand is that you comprehend what was just said to you or read to you. Correct?
Yes.
All right, but that's not what that word means, understand. What they've done is convoluted it, and understand, when you say, I understand, when you agree with that, you are actually and literally and lawfully giving them your rights up by saying that you are understanding, meaning you're getting under their statutes, their regulations, their USCs, all their bullshit, okay, the codes. You are standing under, turn it around.
Yes.
You are standing under
Yes.
that cop.
Yep. You agreed to stand under. Yes.
That's right.
Wordsmithing.
And if you say that you understand, you are giving up your right, and then you're also, wait a minute, I lost my train of thought. You're standing under the cop, and then you have given up your right when you say yes. You're giving up your rights to your common law rights.
Yeah, yes.
Is what I'm speaking of.
Okay, wait.
This has nothing to do with the Constitution. This has to do with your common law rights of the Father Almighty for you to pursue your happiness and freedoms and liberties, etc., which you were endowed by from Him when you were created and were birthed in this world.
Okay, wait. It seems like there's a conflict between God's word in law and man's law. Or at least
it isn't man's law. There is no man's law. That's what I'm trying to convey. There is no man-made law.
Yeah.
What man has created are codes.
Yes.
Be it the
Wait.
be it
This
the
is
codes.
key. This
Wait
is
a
key.
minute. Be it the codes of federal regulation. Be it the codes of United States codes. Be it the UCC, which is the Universal Commercial Codes. Okay, those are all codes. They're not
Codes.
law.
Codes. Yes. Because man can't make law. God
That's
alone.
right.
God alone
That's right.
makes the law. And we agree to that. Or we better agree
You
to that.
accept it by being naive, thinking and being duped into believing that their codes are laws and that their statutes are laws. And those statutes and codes has absolutely nothing to do with we the people. Because they are not laws. Plain and simple.
It's hard for people. People got to wrap their minds. It's like, it's hard because people have been so programmed from the
You're
cradle
right. They
to the
are.
grave.
Because they keep hearing the cops saying, well, you broke the law. You're hearing the damn judge saying, well, you broke this law. When it wasn't ever a law to begin with. It's a statute. The state cannot trump the United States Constitution, which mandates and acknowledges common law. You see, that's why they want to trash the Constitution, because it recognizes Father Almighty's laws. All right? They want to do away with that document.
And yeah, okay. So on the one hand, the Constitution does not give us our rights, but
No,
it tells
it
us
doesn't.
what the government is constrained. But it
Yes.
all ties in with God-given rights, and that's
Right.
what the world hates. They hate God, and they want to take away God.
What the Constitution has done in their framing of it, the so-called forefathers, when they listed the things in there that people are misconstruing as being rights, and even in those cases that I cited tonight on the cases at the United States Supreme Court level, these are the people are misconstruing what they have written. What is written is the actual laws of the Father, okay? Saying that this is what you shall not infringe upon. That should be how it should have been written. You shall not infringe, just like Father's law says, you shall not commit adultery. You shall not use the Father's name in vain. You shall not, whatever all the Ten Commandments are. I can't take them all offhand because I don't want to get off the beaten path here. But it should have been written. This is only my opinion, of course. And I had many. But it should have been, you shall not infringe on someone's freedom of speech. You shall not infringe on somebody's right to defend himself. All right?
Yes.
You shall not, you shall not, you shall not.
Yes.
These are all the things in the laws of the Father Almighty. And they are writing them down, okay? But they didn't word it that way, which is kind of screwy, since how they are Father's laws, that you shall not infringe on the people. So people are thinking that this document affords them any rights at all, when it's actually telling the government that you're not going to infringe on Father's laws of this, and this, you see.
Right. Yes.
Okay?
Yep.
I don't have it sitting in front of me, so I can't expand on that thought.
No, well, yeah, the
You should
Constitution.
not infringe on somebody's, they got the Fifth Amendment, people plead the Fifth, where they don't talk anymore, Well, Father's law is that you can't force somebody to end up causing them to end up saying something that's going to get them in trouble. That's like, taking somebody's arm, twisting it behind their back and say, speak, damn it. I want you to speak.
Right.
Well, nobody's got the right to do that. And whatever else the rest of them are, I don't know. I'm tired.
Yeah,
but,
yes.
You
covered so
it's just
much.
what they can't,
Yeah.
infringe on your right given by the Father Almighty. And they spelled it out in a different manner, a way that I think kind of screws people's heads up in the language, the verbiage that they use to explain what Father's, intent was with his laws.
Bottom line.
But there is no law of mankind.
Yeah.
None. It's real simple, people. It is really, really simple. You have commerce, commercial, and then you have admiralty and maritime law, and then you have we the people over here to the left. And all of that stuff to the right is supposed to serve you for your happiness, for your, tranquility and everything to help you through this life and to provide for you. But they're using it in an evil way against you. When it's supposed to serve you.
Yes.
And so those that became powerful in those offices that you think that you elected them into, which you didn't, all right, you had nothing to do with it. The daggone voting is bullshit. You did not vote them in office, okay? I don't even daggone what the polls say, whatever. It's a daggone smoke and mirrors game, folks. Wake up. Your vote did not put them in office. And it daggone sure did the President of the United States, because he's in the clique. He come from the Crown of England, all of them, to include Obama. Every one of them's got DNA connected to the Crown.
Yes.
And Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, all of them are the Crown people. Nobody but the Crown is going to be in that White House.
Now, wait a minute. We got Trump. He's draining the swamp, but he promised to send the military. He deployed. No, I have deployed the military for when the vaccine is ready. But there are people who are like, oh, Trump. They're like, okay, so Trump replaces God in a sense. And I mean this truly. For a lot of people, it does, in a sense, replace God or their religion, their faith. It's because
I don't understand that. I rebuke that.
well, wait, because they're thinking, okay, Trump is standing up for God-fearing, police, support the police.
Well, if people seriously believe that he is standing up for them, then I have a question for them. Wake up and listen to my voice, please. How in the heck do you think a president is going to be for you when he's wanting to mandate those shots, when he's mandating and allowing geoengineering, GMO, the damn cops, he's holding them up on a pedestal, armed them up, okay, with military gear, just like Obama did. The first thing Obama did when he got in office was to outfit them all with riot gear across this country and tools that they could use against you. How do you think that he is for you when the daggone police departments are commerce, just as he is? Okay? And they are revenuers to keep the cogwheels going in the system that is crooked as the day is long. How do you think? And when he's standing up there saying that, and I watched this come out of the man's mouth myself, when somebody had arrested somebody, and they was carefully making sure their head didn't hit the door frame getting in, and he stood there and said, well, next time I don't think you have to be so careful in getting them in the car.
Yeah, but wait.
Go ahead and knock your block off.
Well, wait. Because you got the chaos right now, divide, conquer. You got got cities with mayors going like, let Antifa, BLM, loot, burn. And so let the police have at them, right? So that's where that conflict goes on. And people don't realize you give the police authority, higher authority than what they already got. And it ain't good. It don't bode well. People forget about Katrina.
The damn government's giving them the authority to do that, to abuse people, to shoot people, and taser people. And I've seen them do it with the people that's disabled in a damn wheelchair.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen them taser a man behind a damn car.
Children in wheelchairs in schools. Yes. Yeah. It's been.
And he's all for that. And then y'all think that he's for you? Wake the hell up, because he's not. He's part of the scheme, the scam, the sham.
But listen. When you get down to BLM, Antifa versus police being able to enforce, all
that too.
It's people think it's one or the other. It's like either you let the looters and the burners get free, or give the police the power to crack down. And so that's where you get that dichotomy.
But BLM and the Antifa and all of it is part of the scam and the sham to take this country down, to end up doing away with the dollar, to end up burning half the damn country down with the freaking fires they're shooting with energy weapons and laser beams and all this crap to destroy this land.
Plus, you got posse comitatus. When do we allow our military to be on our soil as military
against
police?
The people.
Yeah.
And they are not supposed to be, and that makes them traitors. If they ever come out amongst the people. And they have come out already in New York and wherever else, Chicago, I don't remember where. They're not supposed to be out there. I don't give a damn what the issue is. If it's not to come and to battle to save the people from an invasion, they should not come out amongst the people, period. And he has no right, nor does the governor or anybody else in each of the states, the right to suspend the Constitution. That's not in there. He doesn't have that right. I called my governor about that. I said, who the hell do you think you are? Who gave you the power to do what you are mandating on the wearing of the you-know-whats and all this stuff? I said, call me. I gave him my damn number. Did he call me? Hell no. Because I'm not a party to the MSM bullshit. And I know I've said that word a lot tonight. So, I'm not a party to it. You there?
No, you're right. I don't know. It's frustrating. It's like they use the your red team, blue team, Democrat, Republican, two sides of the same fascism.
Let's put it real simple. They're all in the same bed together.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you're a Republican, a Democrat, a left or a right, or whatever the hell else they want to name it. They're all in the bed together. When the hell is this nation going to wake up and realize they're using black against white? All right? I mean, my God, how many years has it been? The racist bullshit card that has been pulled out. I mean, the native indigenous people of these lands that own this land are still being discriminated against, yet you got the BLM out there raising 7 kinds of hell about mama or daddy that picked cotton back in the day. You know, great-great-great-great-grandmother or whatever. You know, I'm sorry as hell that they went through that. But until the indigenous people of this damn country has been freed and they can do what the hell they want to, and that is to walk in a bar and order a damn beer or a whiskey, then they have been suppressed, oppressed, and stepped on ever since the white man showed up on this land. Now, I'm not a white hater, because I'm part white too, but I'm also Native American. I'm Cherokee. So I'm sick to death of hearing the freaking race card being thrown out there all the time. I'm sorry as hell that a lot of blacks have been killed. I am. And I'm sorry. And I cried when I watched George, I can't even think of his last name now.
Oh, Floyd.
What was his last name?
Floyd.
Floyd,
But even that whole
and
thing.
I did some stories on it. But then I found out here of late he wasn't even really killed. That was a damn dummy.
He probably wasn't because you know what?
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And then find out he was an evil son of a bitch.
It probably was another false flag like that did starting with Columbine.
Wanting to cause a racial war.
Yeah.
Because everybody but one cop was a white man. You didn't have a black cop in the mix of those 4 cops that surround him. He had a Japanese guy, or Chinese, whatever he was.
Yeah.
The rest of them
He's
were white
suspect
cops.
too. Yeah. Him, his wife, the whole strip club joint they worked at together in the FBI counterfeit. The whole thing is suspect, is sketchy as all get out.
It is.
But
the people on the sidewalk watching it, you know.
Yeah.
And hollering at them and all that stuff. I think it was all staged.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And look, it was like even in Buffalo, they took an old man who went up to the police who were doing like where they do a line.
Backwards, he hit his head on a concrete thing.
Yeah, see, even you know about it. Yeah.
Supposedly he died.
Yeah, Gugino.
You know,
Yep. No, he went up to the police and he was with another woman who they're like, we're peace activists. And I saw that from before. And since then, we've had BLM marches down some city streets.
I didn't see that, though, but I do believe that guy did get hurt.
Well, yeah, but he went up.
I think they did.
Yeah, but no.
I think they shoved him and...
No, if you look at the shove...
He lost balance.
No, yeah. If you look at it, it wasn't undue. But for police that are doing a blockade, and he comes up to them, touches them, takes his phone, touches their radio, touches near his arm, on his arm, his gun, on his right side, touches right near it. Like, really? You're going to go right up to a police line and touch their gun?
The old man did that to the cop, put his hand on his gun?
Yes, he did. He took that. Yes. That's why the whole thing, it was a setup. He probably was trying to just do a false flag emotion and didn't realize he was going to be hurt so bad when he fell back. But yeah, he went right up to the officer.
Bells, man. It's just so fucked up.
It is. No, it is.
Absolutely.
Look, we got to close this up because it's late. You got to get some sleep. You gave us a lot of law. You didn't even finish up. You didn't finish up with all the this versus that.
I did. I read all the case law.
All right, good. As long as this doesn't get taken down, it'll be up here for reference. And And like you say, you can look it up. You look up any of these, it should pop up. People need to learn. They got to get, more than anything, people got to get with the Lord and learn get their gumption to stand up as protectors, defenders of their children, their families, their neighbors, their community. It's all going to come down to that. In these end times, it's going to come down to community, neighborhood, right?
I tell you what, you folks out there, most definitely you need to anoint your homes. Read those scriptures, Psalm 91, 23, 35, or 37, and bless your children from the eldest down. Leave one door undone as you read those scriptures going through your house. Put the sign of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit on your windows, on your window seal, whatever you can reach. And on your door, leave a door open or a window open so that the spirits or whatever you're rebuking, and it has to have a way to leave. You don't want to seal it into your house. And then do the last opening. But be sure to do the center of your house with that holy oil. And when I say holy oil, you have to prepare yourself to do this, people. You just don't up and do it. Okay? You should fast. You should prepare. You should pray. You should anoint yourself. You should pray the Our Father's prayer. And then go into reading the scriptures in your home. And preferably the prayer of agreement with family praying with you. And then, do all your windows, the doors, the center of the floor, the center of the ceiling in your home. And pray for the protections of Father's angels from the east, the west, the north, and the south, above and below. And then seal the last opening, be it a door or a window. And you should be good to go. But you pray for your family. You anoint them before you do all this stuff from the eldest down. Just like it says in Deuteronomy, I think it's in chapter 28. You speak the blessings of Abraham into your children. Well, I know the blessings are in chapter 28, but I don't know the part where it talks about the blessing your house and stuff. I forget, And anyway, but pray for your dogs, your cats, your birdies, whatever you have, and wildlife, your fishes, your turtles, your lizards, whatever. Anoint them too. That Father Almighty would protect them and keep them safe. And don't forget to get them their food and stock up on it. Okay? And, anyway, I don't know what more to say. Except for pray for him and ask for his guidance and ask for your legion of angels, which is 6,000. He will not release them to you unless you ask him for them. Now, I know that works. I've had it happen in my family. And, I ask them to be around you to protect you from the east and west, north and the south, and above and below. Watch you as you leave your home and when you come back. And, I know this is very real. A lot of you non-believers out there, or those that are wavering on believing or not, you're kind of lukewarm, you better pick your side real soon, because he will spew you out of his mouth if you're not on the side of it. He would rather you be cold against him like that than to be lukewarm and not have made your choice. So, fair warning. All right.
That's right. And listen, one little prayer. Let's pray for the mental health, the mind health of people dealing with such trauma in this fomented, trauma-based, CIA-based thing upon the world with this pandemic, and that the people keep their minds healthy. So they can think clear to go straight. Yeah.
Okay. Father Almighty, Polly and I come together in a prayer of agreement, and also with those that are here right now, if any, and those that are going to come upon this broadcast at a later date. I pray that it would touch their hearts so that they would end up doing the prayer of agreement along with us, even though we're saying it now, but they catch it later. Father, we ask an anointing on this message and on this broadcast that it would reach many across the world, that they would turn to you and repent from their sins and ask for thy blessings from your storehouse to be poured out upon them in these latter days, and to heal the sick and to heal the blind and to restore their countenance, that it not fail them. Father, we ask for thy protections. We ask for you to give people a sound mind, that you protect them mentally, that what they may see or hear or be exposed to, that it does not befall them to do them in, that they are protected all the way around. Let good people come into their lives. Let no evil entities and minions from hell come against them and prevail, for your word says that it shall not come nigh our dwelling. Father, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the glory and the power forever and ever. Amen. As far as that part, I'm not done though. Father, we ask that thy angels, the stars that are in heaven that watch down upon us, that are your angels, we ask that they are there. Give us of thy wisdom. Have them guard us, Raphael, Michael, and Gabriel, and the other angels, and I don't know their names, but you do, Father. And we ask that you would loose our legion of angels to each of us to help us through this life, to give, help us with hope and to sustain us and show us the way and give us of your wisdom, as you have said that if we ask, you would give it to us freely, just for the asking. Father, write thy words upon our heart and our mind and our soul. Let us forever keep it in our hearts and our mind and our soul. Let people turn to you and to get in your words so that they have the words and the tools to fight the evil one when he comes. For you say to continually pray, and that the evil I'm trying to think of the word, hold on. It would dissipate, but that's not the word I'm trying to think of. That it would
abate.
Well, lack of a better word, huh?
Abate.
Yeah, but that's not the word I was looking for. But y'all know what I'm trying to think of.
Yes.
It would leave.
Yes.
It would leave.
Yes.
Upon continued prayer. It flee.
Yes. Flee.
That's what I was trying to think of. Flee. It would flee. So, and I know that to be a fact because I had a visit from him one night when I was praying. So, Father, we know that your word is true. It will not return to you void. And we ask for all these people that are fearful that you would instill in them hope and peace and joy. And, that they would prosper and be in good health as your word says. And that let love shine through, Father. Let those that are standing out there and taking risks to share the knowledge they learn and to speak of you and to try to guide your sheep back to you. Let them be protected, Father. Give them a special anointing and let their lights shine as a beacon to draw people to them so that they can share the knowledge and to share the love that you have bestowed on them to do so, to take that task and let the people come under your wings of protection. For you are, as your word says, our shield and our buckler, and your words will shield us. And your words will conquer the evil if the people would but turn to you and ask forgiveness for their sins, that you would indeed, as your word said, heal the land. Father, this land needs so much healing. This world needs so much healing. And we ask, Father, with all our heart, our mind, and our soul, please let it be. Please show the people, your children, and those that are lost out there, that you are on your throne. Show them, give them witness. And, you know, Father, my heart is so burdened. For those that are lost. Give them time, but let them have the urgency placed upon their heart to hear your words from somebody out there in this world, that they would repent, they would drop to their knees and pay you honor, and to show you love that you so rightfully deserve. We thank you, Father, for all of our blessings. Give them time, I pray. Send them strong dreams to wake them up. Put it on their hearts that they have to turn to you now. It is now that this needs to be done in these times of urgency. Your word says that you will not see your children beg for bread, that you will make a way for them. And Father, we pray for all the children that have been used, abused, raped, caged, kidnapped, sold. Woe unto them, as your word says, that has put harm on these little ones. Woe unto them. Let the hell gates be opened wide to take in all the ill reputes and those that sin and use other people and abuse people. And have done the ills against your children and the innocents. Father, we pray for thy Son to be returning soon. And in the meantime, we pray for thy protections and thy peace and thy blessings. I'm so sorry. I pray for my lungs too, Father, for his RA. And I thank you, Father, for my friendship with Polly. And I pray for her household to be blessed beyond measure, that her children will be blessed, and that all of her needs will be met, as well as those that I'm praying for right now. That you would stretch out your arm and sustain them and protect them, and let them not wax cold in the heart or wander far from you. But let their house shine bright with your love and your sustaining power. well as those that are hearing this prayer. Father, I pray for them all, and I thank you. And you know what my needs are, so I won't sit here and speak mine, but I believe on you. She believes on you, and I hope those that are hearing this prayer believe on you. And if not, I hope they come to know you. And, you know, I thank you so much, Father, for all your blessings. And I ask these things in your precious Son's name, Yeshua, and through the blood that he gave up for all of us. So through his blood and through his name, I ask these things to be done. So shall it be, it is so. Amen.
So shall it be, it is so. Amen. Beautiful. We know that what we ask, you said before, that so many times people that God has admonished us that you ask not, you receive not, that we're
Right.
like not shy, I don't know if that's the word, to ask in boldness. He tells us, ask. And as the mustard seed, he promised.
Yeah.
If you have the
Well, he
faith,
gave us all the faith of a mustard seed, and it's our responsibility to water it with the word of the Lord in order for that mustard seed to grow into a big old bush that would be strong enough and big enough to hold houses for the birds, the birds' nests. Because a mustard seed, even though it's so tiny, it can grow into a bush that would house the birds,
That's right. Yes.
And but people aren't going to grow a relationship with the Father without getting into the Word. It's just an impossibility. So until they read the book, they're not going to have that relationship.
And or here. And here. Okay. And here. Like if like say you can't read, say you're blind, or say like you don't know English.
Well, they have Bibles in Braille.
Yeah. Yes. But it's hearing, by hearing. So yeah, we read in the reading the word of God. God gave us to every one of us. So we don't have to count on church, pastor, government, nobody. It's us and God direct.
Well, in my belief, and I'm not imposing my belief on anybody else, but when you said what you did about the church, the church is actually in us. It's not the church building. It's not a building named a church or a religion or anything else. And he hated religion because the preacher men would be up in the top of the pulpit, and they'd be sitting higher than the rest of the people, and it's like, look at me, with their garb and their jewels or their colorful outfits, and it's like for the recognition of it, when it's he who should be getting the recognition, not that preacher man.
Right. And he gave us the way each person, each individual, each man, woman, child can directly communicate with God. And it even without the word, without the book, but by prayer, but by hearing, but also
and
the
supplication.
Word. The word. In the
prayer and supplication.
Yes.
But Jesus, Yeshua, when Peter and a couple other disciples were out there on that road, where the guy that was possessed by 6,000, a legion of demons or spirits, whatever you want to call them, and they were trying to rebuke and cast out the spirits, and they just simply were not going to go. So here comes Yeshua, down the walkway, the dirt road, and come across these, the disciples, and the demon spoke to him and said, "What have we to do with thou, son of?" Then he shut them up. He silenced them. And I think he ended up using words, "be silent" or "silence" or something, because it wasn't time for him to be exposed as to who he was.
Yes.
And so he ended up, upon their pleading, cast us into the swine. And so he said, "So shall it be," or something along them lines. And so they left the man, went and possessed the swine, which are pigs, and went into, trampled down to the ocean cliff or the cliff and jumped to the ocean. And I'm anxious to meet him on that. I want to ask him what was the point.
Why the
what
pigs?
was the point of giving up for the man and go to the pig, just jump off into the ocean, because they're spirits, you know what I mean? But anyway, when Peter and the other two disciples get along with Yeshua, Jesus, as some call him, asked him, "Why is it that since you gave us the power to cast out demons and to heal the sick, why did it not work when we did this to him?" And he said these words, which are very profound, which y'all need to remember it. And I cannot tell you where it is, but it's the story about the swine. I forget where it's at. But he said there are times that you must fast and then pray. And that's the only place in the entire Bible where that story is at that ever I read or remember, where he spoke of fasting and then praying. But I know from my own life experience that fasting and praying can result in miracles, people. Yes. I have prayed at night, and the next morning the miracles arrived, and on more than one occasion, and or instantly. Here's a quick story. I was trying to find something that I knew was in what I call a cubby hole, and the shelves that are up in there, there's two of them, and they're a good 12 inches away from the edge of the wall, set back into the wall, and I feverishly trying to find this piece of paper that I desperately needed to find, and I could not find it. And out of frustration and disappointment and just being upset about it, I walked away a good 6 foot from that cubby hole, and I said a prayer to the Father. I said, "Father, please, I need help to find that paper." And you know how a piece of paper will sound if you drop it on the floor and it lands on its side and makes that crinkle noise?
Yeah, yeah.
You ever heard a piece of paper hit the floor like that?
Yes, yes.
Well, I heard that behind me. I turned around, and there was indeed a piece of paper laying in the floor. Nobody else was in my house, okay? Nobody else was helping me find this piece of paper that I urgently needed to find. And I knew it was in that cabinet over there, but I couldn't find it for nothing. And I heard that paper hit the floor and turned around and seen it laying on the carpet. Turned around, walked over, picked it up, and that was the very paper I had been searching for probably 30, 40 minutes. And so it had to be that an angel pulled it out, or the Father willed it out, or whatever, at my prayer, and that was instantly. And it hits the floor.
Yep.
And there it was.
Can't make that up.
I know that he's on his throne. I know he is real.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah. It's amazing. But he calls on.
I mean,
see
he amazes me, you know.
You have impressed on me that he calls on us, that because we sort of lack the faith of the promise he gives us, that he wants us to call on him for
Yes,
help
he does.
in miracles,
He does.
yes, miracles for others, miracles to move mountains, and yet,
I tell you, yeah, and you can literally move a mountain with your faith. I know the story about that. I know it's true, but I won't get into it because it's a little bit lengthy. But I know that he wants us to call on him. He
yes,
wants us to view him as our supply, because he is.
yes. From
And
whence comes our help? From whence comes our help? I mean, he
yeah,
made us. He
yeah,
made us. So
yeah.
it's just even logical, just from a common sense logical standpoint. It's like,
And
that's where you
people,
turn.
to include myself, I have asked why, And one day he spoke to me and said, "Why not?"
Yes.
And I stood there and I laughed because that was funny. It was funny. He can be funny. He's humorous.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and because I was asking
Why not?
was that, I was going through so much crap. And and I said, "Why, Father?" And I didn't have to say the rest. He already knew what I was thinking. And then he just come back and said, "Why not?" And I'm sitting here, I laughed a little bit, and I said, and I had to contemplate. I had to contemplate for a minute, and then it dawned on me, yeah, why not? How could I or anyone contemplate not going through our own trials and tribulations,
yeah,
when his son went through more than we could ever fathom? How dare us to think that we are better than he?
Yeah.
And let me tell you, my friend, the day that you ever forget and overlook giving him thanks for the miracles that he brings into your life, hey, it might be a cold day. And you know where, before you ever receive that next miracle, it can be a cold season, so to speak. All right? Now, he prunes us,
yes,
because he is getting us ready for the fight between good and evil.
That's right.
He prunes us back just like people prune a rose bush. You don't go past the fifth leaf. Okay? Never cut below the fifth leaf on a rose bush when you're pruning it, because you can kill the plant. So he'll prune just enough. Why? So that you get new growth. Because if you sit there stagnant and being everything good in your life and everything else, you're just going to sit there and not do anything to progress to the next level. He's got to catch you back or draw you back to him, to his bosom, to pray and to call out to him, and to recognize that your source, your light, comes from him, the Father. And without him, then you're lost. You don't have the light. So, I keep getting pruned. And I know that crown of glory is going to be all buffed up and shined up the day I get to have it put on my head. I know that.
The pruning.
You see, I've already been to heaven. I've already been in the presence of his son. I've been there. And people would call it a dream, but I'm telling you, it was so very real. Everything up there that I was envisioning was white, but yet you could determine a white rock that was in a white space. You could see everything was white, but yet you could just see a rock and the defining structure of the rock. I don't know how that's possible, but I'm telling you, the white that is in heaven is a white that you will never see on this earth. The ground was white. The rock was white. He was in a white robe, and he is talking to me telepathically, not moving his lips, and he's leaning against that rock, and I kind of like floated over to him, and we're talking to each other, and he said these words to me: everything is going to be all right. And I woke up later that morning, and I felt like the weight of the world had been lifted off my back. I was so stressed out about something, and I think it was that I was going through my second divorce. And I was concerned greatly of being on my own again, you know. And he brought me to heaven for that conversation. Short that it was, but I'm here to tell you I went there. I know I was there. Some will say, oh, it was just a dream. To me, no, it wasn't. It was as real as I'm sitting right here in my living room. You know? And I wish more than anything that everybody in the world could have the relationship, and maybe they do, that I have with him.
Yes.
I wish that they had my faith. I wish, you know, look, look, girlfriend, you know a lot about my life. We've talked for well over probably a year and a half, 2 years. I don't even know. Seems like we've known each other forever. But I still rely on him. I always will.
Yes, yes.
And he's always made a way for me. And yes, there's still things that I have need of in this world, but I know when the time comes, I'll have it. And if I don't, then it wasn't meant to be to begin with. And,
yes.
you know,
yes.
It's just amazing.
Well,
he is amazing.
To lean on, leaning on the Lord, right? That should be a
theme. Most certainly.
We ought to be
lean on him.
Yes.
And not to rely on your own understanding.
Yes.
Because you will never, ever, ever figure him out. You can't. You know? He's omnipotent.
Right.
He's everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. And I would not want to be the father. I don't know why the evil one even fathomed that, but I would not want to have his job. No way.
Yeah.
With people 24/7 praying out and calling out and begging for this and begging for that and this, that, and the other. You know,
every hair. Every hair. Every sparrow. Every hair on her head. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
It's absolutely awesome.
It's unfathomable. Fathomable. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But how many times has anybody or very many people that have ever asked him, what can I do for you today, Lord? How is your day going, Lord?
Yeah.
Father, is there anything I can do for you? You know, I've asked him these things. Send me where you might. Tell me what to do. I'll do it without question.
Yeah.
Just tell me what can I do for you. But you see, so many people are geared to the carnal mind instead of the spiritual mind. And they're praying about the things they see in this world. You cannot take it with you, people. You can't take it with you. What is it that you're holding on to in this life?
Okay.
What money? That you got all this money sitting in the bank doing what?
Right. What did Jesus say? Seek first the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God. What
and
is,
all else will follow.
yes. And what
Your
is,
heart's desire will be met.
yes.
You know,
What is the kingdom of God? It's ultimately
love,
being with the
love.
Lord, being with him in heaven. Is
Yeah.
that not his kingdom?
Sitting at that table to sup with him when even the angels cannot sit down in his presence.
Yeah.
That is royalty.
Yes. I love Job. Job is like painful, hard to read, kind of lengthy. But when he was like, were you there when I made the earth? When I did this, when I did that?
Yeah, yeah.
And Job was a faithful servant. And that's why God was able to use him to convey that message to the rest of all of us. It's not like he was chastising Job. He's asking Job. I mean, Job had all the calamity of the world come upon him. And God asked him, were you there when I made the stars, when I made heaven, made earth?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's for all of us. It's instruction for us all. It's like God is so good. He's so awesome. And it's just that we have to trust in him and lean on him. Because if you don't look and seek, you're not going to find him, right? You have to seek him out.
Lean on him.
Yeah. Not on this world, not on your family, not on your government.
Our understanding. Yeah.
Our own understanding and or our government or corporation or our business or our talent, whatever. No. Not even our own family. No. Lean on God, God's word alone. And then the rest follows. And if we just all did that, wow.
Yeah, no. It's awesome.
But we're in this world and but we want to be in the world, not of the world. And the world is a rat race. It's truly a rat race.
It is.
You get
and I call it rats out all the
time. Yeah. And once you're beyond childhood, you might have a semi-free childhood. Where you're not in this rat race. But yeah, once you become an adult and all that, you get sucked in. The world is a rat race. We're passing through. We're pilgrims. The world is not our home. It's not our home.
And that passing through is a fleeting moment, man.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Compared to eternity, yeah. Even if you lived to 110, wow. It's still a drop, a drip, nothing compared to our eternal. Yeah.
Yeah.
If we really when I was in the Catholic system, I remember thinking, well, maybe not, maybe even before that. Should we not be ready to even crawl on our knees for 50 miles, just to stay in God's command?
Run that by me again.
What should we and would we not be ready to just crawl on our knees for 50 miles? Just to stay in God's graces, in his light in this world. Well,
he does not want people to abuse their bodies.
Well, no. I get that, but what I'm saying is, if we really step back, looked at the big picture, and what does it take? Would we even be willing? And we don't. And he doesn't make us be willing to crawl on your knees 50 miles. No. Trust in his salvation plan of Jesus, his son coming and suffering, dying, resurrecting, and just believe on that. Believe on Jesus. It's like God made it so easy. He made it so easy
Yeah.
after the fall.
Yeah. He's the way, the truth, and the life.
Yes.
He's
Amen.
the living water.
Living water. Yes. I've been thinking
Yeah.
about water a lot. I don't know why. Water like engulfs this world. And people call it a planet. Somebody corrected me. Like Earth is not a planet. It's our home God gave us. And the other things out there are planets and stars in the sun and the moon and all that. But water's big. It's somebody said you die every day, Kea. You die every day to sin and live for the Lord. Yes, yes. He uses the meek, they are strong. Yes. And he is love. God calls everybody to repentance, to turn to him, and to trust on him in not the world, in not the world's ways. It's a
That's
constant
right.
battle. It is constant. It's hard. It's hard for people.
Well, yeah, because we are mankind, and we live in two worlds. We are carnal minded, and it's a struggle to do the spiritual because you're concerned about the things of the here, the now, and what you see and what you're dealing with in this life.
Yep, money,
But,
your finances, your
yeah,
day to day.
always the money, you know. It just,
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
And a lot of it is, if with the money, it's not always about the money direct, but about like, how am I going to feed myself today, tomorrow? How am I going to feed my family? How am I going
And
to
we're not to give that thought. He says tomorrow will worry of itself or take care of itself. We're not supposed to give that thought for the next day. And, you know, I've shared the story with you on when the angel came and brought all the food that one year.
Yes. Yes. There's in the Old Testament, there's a story. There is one of the Old Testament prophets. I think, starts with a J. The crows brought him food. Oh, cannot think of his name right now.
Well, he
Joachim?
brought me 2 months of food in one morning. So, you know, I know he's fully capable.
Yes.
He does not have a restriction on him.
Yes.
You know, there was no way to explain away what showed up at my door, man.
Yes, yes.
You can't. It wasn't mankind. It wasn't a man. I mean, you just don't show up and then deliver 3 huge boxes of food and disappear.
You know, when I hear stories of soldiers, of what like one soldier did for another to help protect their life and that, and there's hero worship even with that, but it just boggles my mind that imagine if everybody realized what God did for us, sending his son Jesus to save our sorry butts. And he made it as easy as can be. Like you couldn't get any more easier. Just believe on the fact that he sent his son Jesus, and he came in the flesh, and he died for our sins, and then rose from the dead, and just believe on that. That's all. You don't gotta learn how to make a 7-story design, and you're not an architect. No. It's just a point of your mind and your heart coming together and accepting that promise. God made it. He rolled out the red carpet for us. He made it like so easy, you know.
So,
It's
yeah.
that itself is love, you know. That God made it so
Well,
easy.
His word has said, "Take my yoke, for it is light."
Yes, yes,
Or the burden of it is light. I forget how that went.
my yoke is easy, and my burden
That's
is
it.
light. Yes,
Yeah.
and yes, it's like what a blessing. Oh my goodness, it's not like it's really even hard. You know, even if it was hard, it'd be like, you know, like what percent of the world's population from Adam to now would be like, okay, I'll work hard, right? No, God didn't even say you got to work hard. That's what is amazing. It's so basic, simple. A child can understand it. He intentionally made it so that even a child could understand it. That just believe on his son whom he sent. Believe that he sent his son for our fallen nature, to take our sin, to trust, repent of our sin, trust in Jesus, and that he resurrected for us. Believe on that. Boom. I mean, a child can understand that. And that's how he made it. And so we're without excuse when we're not saved, not going forth, you know. God made it like he bent over back. He made it like just so easy. You don't got to be smart. You don't got to be a attorney, a lawyer, a college graduate. No, a child can understand that.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He made it that way on purpose. He made it so basic and easy. We can't fathom, and we won't in this world. We can't fully, but in the next world, in the world to come.
If people would view their trials and tribulations as if somebody's taken a cloth to shine you up and buff you up, instead of, I guess, being at adversity about it. Now, I'm not good at dealing with too much stuff at one time. I get angry and I get ticked off and say a lot.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
What I deal with, you know, in this world. But I know, too, I recognize it as attacks from the evil one that thinks he's going to take me out by the concerns that he has me dealing with in the here and the now. But you see, I don't give that much thought. I'll address it, but I know that he's with me, the Father, and I'm not concerned about that crap. You know, I'll address it, but I don't sit here worrying about it. You know, but I know that I'm getting, you know, shined up here.
Well,
with every adversity that I face, with every torture they want to throw my way, or whatever, because I am fighting the good fight.
Right.
And I will never stop fighting the good fight until death do I pass. Okay? It's just not in me to give up. It isn't. No, my health's not great. I hurt 24/7. I wake up at night because I can't sleep because of the pain. But I don't take any medications because of it. I wake up because I'll have heart palpitations, and I will immediately say a prayer to the Father, telling and asking Him, one more day, Father, one more day. And then I might have them the next night, might not. I say, I'm not ready to go yet. Not ready to go, but if it's your will, then let it be done. And then I wake up the next day. And
Yeah.
I'm
Look,
still
Ephesians 6:12, the whole armor of God. That's awesome. And as you say, I was just listening to a Dr. Huggins, who's a dentist who just passed now, explaining why all root canals are always toxic. He said, I don't wake up for Wheaties. He says, like, he wakes up because God leads him to help children who are suffering from toxic effects of bad dental work with the stuff. But he's like, yeah, I don't wake up for Wheaties. I wake up for those children.
Where's he at?
Well, he's gone now. Dr. Huggins.
Oh.
But with his name, even Huggins, right? God gave him a name like that. I'm like, you can't make that up. Dr. Hal Huggins. He's the one, he warned the dentists in America about mercury in the fillings, how it's toxic. That put him under the bullseye, and he had a lot of stress after that. But he would never talk or answer a question without putting God in the picture, because it all leads to the Lord. And it was like amazing. Yeah. But yeah, it's, God gives us, like, I don't know. I think, like, to me, you're a soldier, trooper. And I think, like, God, give it, what's the word, like, live to fight another day. Like, it could be rough, but hey, there's work out there to be done. And ultimately, if you look beyond, if you step back and you put your sights on the big picture, right? Not the immediate, like, what shoes, what color are my shoes, or, I don't know, the small worries of life. If you step back and look at the big picture, then you're going to be all right. You
you can't see the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
Scenario,
Yeah, like me and you, we see, like, the world wickedness, the democide going on, the fires, the paradise, and in what they're doing now, and then in the Bill Gates and his plans, and this whole
there comes a time, my friend, that people need to pull away from looking at all the bad. I mean, I know what you're talking about. I report the news myself. But there comes a time that we should reflect and step back, because by always reporting the bad, we're going to get the bad. And I think it disheartens a lot of people. I have questioned even my own news reporting as to whether or not, and I've asked the Father, can I quit? But he hasn't given me an answer on that yet. And I've asked him for some time, periodically. And possibly what has occurred of late that I'm not on the internet might have been the answer. I don't know. Because I can certainly do my law stuff without being on the internet. I've got all the records and all this stuff. And so it doesn't matter whether I'm on the net because of it. But I miss it. Yes, I do. And I wonder what's going on out there. Yes, I do. I certainly do. And but
you know what?
To constantly always be looking at the bad, reporting the bad.
Right,
I
right.
don't think it's a good thing, you know?
No, you're right. You're right. You're right.
And I'm reflecting on this because he says what you focus on will materialize. What you think is going to happen. So if if one, I'm not saying you, I'm not pointing a finger, I'm pointing one at myself, always reporting the bad news. I mean, years ago I used to ask, why don't they ever report anything good? Why don't they talk about somebody to save somebody's life? Why don't they have just one channel of all these mainstream media that reports nothing but good news?
Yeah.
Somebody did a good turn for somebody. Somebody helped their neighbor. Somebody did this or did that, or somebody played the big brother to somebody that didn't have a daddy, or vice versa, or somebody, whatever the case may be. Why don't they have a channel with uplifting stuff?
Yes.
Because that's not what they're about.
Right. Exactly.
It's all about the tearing down and the depressing and, people getting upset, people getting their stress volume cranked up, which is not good for our hearts, our minds, our souls.
That's right. That's right. And yet, we got to know, like, where, like, there's crimes being done, or there's, tyranny going on. So it is, I hear what you're saying.
Sure.
Yeah. It's a funny thing.
People need to be aware of that so that they can combat the evil. Yes. I agree with that,
Yeah.
But people need to put the Father up in that newscasting and say, and I'm just speaking out right now of my own heart.
Yeah.
And what I have done, and now that I've been off for about a week now.
Yeah.
That I'm trying to reflect right now as I'm talking about it, that possibly, I should end up saying something along the effects of, changing my intro or something of, I hope everybody's going to have a good day today.
Well,
even though I have the awesome responsibility to report the news, I hope it doesn't adversely affect you, but that, you would pay heed to it in the respect that it would, possibly affect your life, that you can call out to the Father for his protections.
Yes.
Or get with your family or something, or prepare for whatever's coming, if anything is coming, but we have the power to avert what it is that the nefarious characters want to throw at us. And that only way to do so is through prayer. Truly it is.
Right.
Just like if a tornado was coming. I've seen a lot of stories on the internet about people praying that a tornado would dissipate, that it would lift up and go over their house. I've seen this stuff literally happen.
Yes.
I've witnessed it,
Yes.
People would pray, and this one woman, she's rebuking it. It was coming straight at her house. And she's standing on her front porch rebuking that tornado, and it was a huge one. It was huge. And it was coming right at her. And she didn't get fearful. She's standing there rebuking at it and shouting at it. And see, he said, we have the power and the dominion of everything in the air and on the land and below it. So this woman had enough faith to speak against that tornado, and it left. It drew back up into the clouds. It left. Now
just the last hurricane in Louisiana.
That's right. Faith.
Yes, my friend, his family, they saw this big thing. They had a big slide set up with metal and all that. that if it would have crashed towards her house, it would have hit it and damaged it. And the wind was coming. I forget. It would have came towards her house. And they prayed as a family. And it actually
Yeah.
fell over the opposite direction. A opposite wind came and hit it over.
Wow.
And it went down before hitting their house in the opposite direction on the lawn. And I was like, that's just one little example. But yeah, it's they prayed as a family, and God did that for them. And
Yeah.
and yes, and so yeah, we're to uplift one another. Like, we can't get negative all the time. But
That's
like
right.
me and you, we can handle a lot of, like, because we just know we learned enough about what's really going on and all that in the background. And but a lot of people, it's like so stressful. But lifting up one another and 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 keeping our eyes focused on the Lord, I mean, that is the ultimate answer. That is. And not to be like naive. Like, I'm a little upset because there's some people in, like, the church I'm in and all that, and some of them think like Trump's a good guy, and I'm like, do you guys know, he might not be, but that's not ultimately, probably don't matter. They don't need to know that, or that the Sanhedrin in Israel in the Noahide laws are ready to, like, decapitate us, and they're like, there's a synagogue fully done, and they've started up animal sacrifice. In a way, yeah, for as far as knowing the season we're in. But all the details, no. Nobody needs to know all the details of anything. But when we got, like, fires right now that we got going on the West Coast, in a way, people need to understand it didn't just happen. It's not climate change like 9/11. But on the other hand, how much detail, I don't know. But what's ultimately the answer? Praying to the Lord, who controls and is in charge, who made us, who made earth. He made it all. Obviously, seeking God, leaning on God, putting our faith and trust in God. But there's a balance. Exactly where it is, I don't know. Some are called to report the news and keep on track on the legalities and the details of what's going on. But it's a rough mix in general for most people. It's easy to get caught up in all the negative, and just it goes downward. You can spiral downward. You got to keep your eyes on the Lord. So actually discern with the Lord. Like, everybody personally converse. Lord, what would you call me to do? And to do today, and to share today. Because it can get boggling. It can get so boggling. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. God always gives us hope and faith and a promise. We got to remember that. The promise that, first off, we're pilgrims in this world. We're only passing through. If we know that, that makes a difference. And keep your eyes on Jesus and follow what God calls you to do. And so you have to pray. You have to ask God, what would you have me do? Because everybody's got a different part in this, and to some degree. But Jesus also said, "Occupy till I return." So we don't we can't just lay down and let the war take us over. No, the world war. The world war. The war in this world. No, we got to fight it. We got to fight. but to what degree, what extent, you know. But ultimately, discerning, praying to God, give us discernment. God, what would you have me do? And then that's our guidance. But yeah, we are to occupy till he returns. And I think that means try to hold this world government, global, and all that in check. I think that's what Jesus meant when he said, occupy till I return. Hold the fort. But beyond that, keep the eyes on the prize.
And he is the prize.
Yep. Yeah.
Are you still recording?
Well, I think so. Yes. 4 hours.
No kidding.
Listen.
I thought you shut it off an
No.
hour ago.
4 hours.
Okay.
We're 4 hours, 25 minutes.
Thanks a lot.
4
Well,
hours.
I want to say good night, bid you adieu. I'm wore out, and I got to go sleep.
Did you say?
We keep talking because we have so much to say to each other.
Did you say
we
bit?
can talk all through the night, and there has been times that we have.
You said bid adieu. Is that French word? Adieu, bid adieu.
Adieu. Yeah, I bid you adieu.
Listen, yeah. I love you. Thank you so much.
I love you, girlfriend.
Listen, I'm so appreciative. All the help, all the, your guidance. I just love when you get talking, and it just, I don't know. I just know you're coming.
Well, I appreciate you allowing me to do so, and to share my knowledge, because my only intent is to help the people.
Yes.
And hopefully educating them, that they can use the powers that they have to use the cited cases, United States Supreme Court, that would help them. That's my only intent.
Hey, one more time, run by the Psalms you got, like that your favorite Psalms. 91.
Psalm 91, Psalm 23. Do you want me to read them to you?
No, just name them off.
Okay, Psalm 91. These are the prayers of protection.
Yep.
Psalm 23, Psalm 35 or 37, I forget. One is two or both of them, I don't recall. But these are the prayers of protection. And hold on, let me grab my Bible here. It's sitting right here, and I'll conclude that as to which one it is. Actually, whether it's 35 or 37, it'll just take me a second here. Okay. Okay, I like to start out at 37. It is 37. Well, 35 is a good one too. Plead my cause, O Lord, with them that strive with me. Fight against them that fight against me. So I'm going to throw them both up in there.
All right.
These are a Psalm of David. And 37 is fret not thyself because of evil doers, neither be thou envious against the works of iniquity. And I'm skipping down. Trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. Then skipping on down, cease from anger and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil. Further down on 17 or 19, they shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. So see, when famine hits this world, we will be taken care of, girlfriend. All right, further down on Psalm 37, verse 25, I have been young and now am old, yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. That's the one that I quoted earlier about him saying that he will not have us be begging for bread.
Yes.
The Lord is my light and my salvation. This is Psalm 27. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Verse 3. Though and host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. Verse 5, for in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion, in the secret place of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock, and now shall mine head be lifted up above mine enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto the Lord. Numbers 11, teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path because of mine enemies. 28 Psalm. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock, be not silent to me. Least if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. 6. Blessed be the Lord, because he hath heard the voice of my supplication.
Yes.
And 23, Psalm 23, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters.
He restoreth my soul.
He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before my enemy, before me, in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. He showed me, or told me rather, about this one passage. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. The day will come that we, his children, will be judging our enemies. They will be paraded in front of us. Okay? And when he told me this, of course, it upset me extremely, because I didn't want to do I didn't want nothing to do with it. I didn't want to pass judgment on the enemies. But I told him, let thy will be done. But I am of the strong belief that when he sets that table in the presence of our enemies, we are to judge the wrongdoers that he's going to hold accountable. Leastwise, that's what he told me. And I cried because of the burden of it. I don't want no part of it. But
Yeah.
I'll do whatever his will is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because that's a heavy burden right there. To pass judgment on somebody else. But I do know somewhere in the scripture that I've read it and not being able to look it up on the computer. I don't know what passage it's in or chapter or anything like that. But everything that the evildoers have done to us, that everything that they've done will be revisited back on them. I don't know if it's tenfold or
Sevenfold.
100-fold.
I think it's sevenfold, but I think it's sevenfold.
No, the sevenfold, I believe, if memory serves me, has to do that when you ask for forgiveness and then you turn around and do that same
Yeah, because Peter said, Peter said, oh, it is written.
It's going to be 7 times harder against you to give it up. You know? That's where the sevenfold comes in. But it's either 10 or 100, and I think I'm leaning more toward the 100, but I can't look it up. But I think it is 100-fold what they have done to us. I would not want to be in Michael Charles Beck's shoes when he meets his maker on what he's deliberately, maliciously done to me. Now, I've prayed for these people. I have hit my knees and prayed, crying out to the Father that they would repent and get the wake-up call from him, but it hadn't worked. I'm convinced they're just straight up evil. And
not all. There are some that will repent, but not the majority. No. All
right. Well, I don't think that Beck has anything that's spiritual, I guess you'd say, that's within him. I think he done sold his soul off a long time ago. He's a shell of what used to be or whatever. I mean, nobody can do what this man has deliberately and maliciously done to me without being straight up evil. Straight up evil. And so I've asked the Father to take him out. Yes, I have. I've asked him to loose his wrath. And I've used the Father's word where he said that he gave me the power to do so. I have called heaven and earth against Michael Charles Beck. Most certainly have. And I've told him so. I tell him, wait for it, because it's coming. It is coming. So, and I believe that, girlfriend. With all of my being, I believe that. And I will not retrieve it for what he's done to me. No, I won't. You don't do what that man's done to me and prevented me from living my life for 30 plus years. You end up causing me to have a harder life to live because you hold the purse strings to my health and to my life and not do what your court ordered to do. No, I wish you off of this earth. I do. And everything's causing my family pain. Not just me. I'm talking my family, down to my grandchildren, being deprived to go to my own child's funeral, being deprived of going to my daughter's wedding, being deprived of living my life and going to my grandchildren's graduation. Okay? So, yeah, I've missed out on a whole lot because of Michael Charles Beck that I have. And he deserves everything the Father's about to loose on him. I might not see it, I might not hear about it, but I know it's coming. So, I told him that I hoped he died in his own iniquity. That's about as bad as you can get. He has heaped the stones of hellfire on his own head for what he's done to me and my family. And he's still trying to destroy me. So, anywho, you know, I don't set out to harm anybody. It's not my intent. But you come at me, I will come back at you. You want to play in my world, I will definitely play in yours. You know, I don't want it to be. I'm a peaceful, loving, funny, humorous individual. But you want to cause me and my family harm, I will do everything I can against you. So,
Right.
I wish everybody to have peace and joy and tranquility and blessings and all that. But you come against me, you cause me harm, and, you know, and I don't mean accidental harm, I mean intentional harm. And that's all they've done to me, especially him and David Long, the president CEO. So, anywho, you know,
No.
and now they threaten to arrest me because I'm doing a legal matter against them for their wrongdoing. They're scared right now. They're terrified. They owe me $4 billion, girlfriend. Okay? And I told them, bastards, they owe me $4 billion. I've sent it to them in documentation by registered mail. I sent them their default notice too, sometime back. So the last thing they have to get their private commercial lien, and their world's going to come to a screeching freaking halt. Because every dime, every penny they make is going to be confiscated. They will not have a job. They will not have a house. They will go and lock up their house and change the locks and take their cars, their motorcycle, whatever the hell they've got. And if they don't pay up, then they're going to end up selling it all. He's been given warning for years and years and years, and he's paid no heed. And so I don't feel sorry for him. No, I don't. He has stolen my life. About 32 years of my life. Forced me to sleep in a lift chair for 19 years. Forced me to walk on an ankle that's bone on bone. It's got a leg, bone splinters. There is no ankle joint, okay? My damn leg bone shoved down in my, what's left of my foot. Okay? So, he caused the osteonecrosis, osteopenia, necrosis, and rheumatoid arthritis for sleep deprivation, and a whole lot more. And my vision problems due to those corticosteroid injections. Yeah, he's done a lot though, Carol. And whether I live to see anything, that's not the point. I'm not geared for money. That's not my purpose of doing it. It's to teach these people, for lack of a better description, Trying to keep it clean here. They have done and dictated and mandated and done all their irrefute evil stuff they've done against me for those years.
Yeah.
And I don't have any pity for them. None.
Well, not when they're deliberate. Yeah. Not when it's deliberate with knowledge, foreknowledge, whatever. No. Can't excuse it then.
No. I wouldn't pour a glass of water on him if he was on fire.
Well.
I would not. I'd say, well, I guess the Father's at you. You know?
Yeah.
I told him I hope the ground opened up and swallowed him in. It's like the guys and the gals that did their wrong to the Father when Moses went up on Mount Sinai to get the Ten Commandments. Let it open up. Take them straight down to hell where they come from.
Yeah. There's a lot of wicked people in charge in this world, and
yeah, but every one of them, every senator, every state representative, every president, every freaking mayor, every damn police chief, every cop, they're all evil. Okay? Everything that has to do with corporations, everything that has to do with commerce and commercial and Rico Racketeer, every damn one of them are evil. Okay? I'm not saying the low people on the totem pole are, but as they progress up the line in the echelon of things, you betcha.
Well, it's like Hollywood. It's like Hollywood. You don't make it in Hollywood. Like unless you sell your soul.
Unless you sign over the contract with Satan.
Exactly. So then you know that every top celeb is one of them, you know?
That's right. And they made that choice. He gave us free choice. So their will of wanting to have recognition in the world, okay? In the world, and have people adore them and love them and envy them and whatever their deal is. You know, I think the majority of them are insane as it is, you know? So that is their God, so to speak. Their own infamy, their own, wanting to be recognized for their beauty, their whatever the case is, you know, their talent of acting. Well, is that really them acting? Or is it something that's implanted in them that they get to say all these damn lines? I used to think people learned and studied and all this stuff. I don't think so much anymore. I don't. I think something's implanted in their daggone brain or up in their ears and stolen the words to say and, you know, hit a button where that gets this emotion and that causes tears. And I think they're just puppets on a string. They've already signed theirself over to Satan just to be on that damn TV too. And that includes the MSM actors and the reporters and all these weather people. I mean, hell, spells. You know, I go outside, lick my damn finger, put my finger in my mouth and get it wet, hold it up in the air, and I can tell you what the damn weather's going to be like. I shit you not. Call it Native American, whatever, but I can smell the snow in the daggone winter if it was a normal weather anymore. You know, I can't so much do that anymore. But you know, I know, like the Father says, look at the you know, how is it that we know when it's going to rain? You know, you have the maple trees out there. That there's a silver maple, and when it's going to rain, the silver maple tree will flip its leaves over backwards. That's why it gets its name, the silver maple.
Yeah.
Because when a storm's coming, they flip their sides, their leaves literally turn over to expose the underside of the maple leaf, and it looks silver. It's the name.
Yes, Jesus warns.
Yeah.
He says, you who can discern, can you not discern you know, the seasons and and the storms coming. Yes.
And the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Because God gave us that if we just pay attention and look at nature. Yeah. And so,
but didn't that have to do with, you can discern that, but yet you do not know when the Son of Man returns? Is that how that saying went?
Well, wait, my main reference from that is about, you know, like, as you know, the fig tree, when its leaves shoot out, you know that summer draweth nigh, and therefore, you know, when the Son of Man returneth, like, no man knows the day or the hour, but you know the season.
Right, I know all that, yeah.
But you know the season, because God gave us the way to know the seasons. And as the fig tree, it puts out its buds, you know, summer draws nigh. Something like that. In other words, you know, God gave us
3 months.
Yeah. And fig tree stands for Israel. And there's a lot going on right now with Israel. And that is
Well, I feel certain that if Israel is ever split, the United States will be split right down the middle. And that means the New Madrid fall.
Yeah.
I know when Damascus falls, that he's coming back real quick, real soon. When Damascus is wiped off the face of the earth, now they bombed Damascus many years back, and I thought, oh dear God in heaven, it's time, you know. But it didn't get pulverized, even though it was great destruction. But it didn't get wiped off the face of the earth.
Damascus will be a ruinous heap. It's near a ruinous heap, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. But when it literally gets wiped off the face of the earth, that'll be, you know, it'll be real close.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know from all the events happening right now, like, you know, all the restrictions, all the, like, you know, everybody's we got people wearing masks, for goodness sake. Like, what more sign do we need? I mean, to me, that's about.
Well, there's also something else. When Israel became a nation in 1948?
46, I think. 46.
48.
And it was like, not one generation will pass. Well, look. Not only that, right now, Trump and in the Middle East and all that, they're doing pacts with Israel, and they're moving the embassy, the U.S. embassy, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Because, as Trump said, like, we all know that Jerusalem should be the city of Israel, not Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv has a building with the eyeball, the pyramid eyeball on top of the building. And it's considered Israel, the gay, wait, maybe it's Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv or Israel is considered the pro-gay nation, state of the world. I'm not saying it right. The biggest pro-gay area of the world, Tel Aviv or Jerusalem or Israel. So Israel, the U.S. Embassy is moving from Tel Aviv, where they have a building with the all-seeing eyeball pyramid on top of it, to Jerusalem, where there's like, it's God's land. Like, you can't mess with, I mean, no matter what. Jerusalem split up. You got the Catholic section, the Orthodox section, and the Jewish section. It's a funny contradiction in place, but it is where our Lord lived, walked, and was crucified, on the hill near where they did the synagogue. It's already done. The synagogue is a pre-third temple of end times, when we see the abomination of desolation where ought not be. Talking about the third temple. The synagogue is complete. The Sanhedrin complete, and they already started in 2018 animal sacrifice to get ready for the red heifer sacrifice that needs to be done before the third temple is fully resurrected. It's all under works. It's all like any moment we can hear it, an announcement. So, but Trump, Kushner, and just recently, in the last 2 weeks, moving the U.S. Embassy, he announced it, I think, a year ago, but they're finally doing it now. U.S. Embassy is going from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Yeah. So, I don't know. Stuff is going on, and people should really be kind of paying attention to Israel right now. September.
Yeah, because Israel uses timepiece. But I'm thinking it wasn't 38. I'm thinking it's 48, but I'd have to check that. But what you said about the animal sacrifices, that was in 2018, you said?
Yep. Hanukkah.
All right, now listen to this. If it was indeed 1948, I have known for years that something was supposed to happen over there after 70 years. So that would put it right
Generation.
Money for 2018.
Wait. 70. Wait. Oh, I got 118. That doesn't help me. 48.
What?
Wait, 48 plus 70 years is, I got 118. That's not giving me the right date. Okay.
No.
No.
1948, when Israel became whatever, a nation, if that is the correct date, and add 70 years to that date brings you to 2018.
Okay, so 2018. And we are what are we right now? 2000 what?
2020.
Oh. I'm so
You're tired, girl.
Yes, I am. So, yeah. Well, that's when they started the animal sacrifice. 2018. Yeah. Oh my good. Listen. Wow. Yeah. And look, they already got the sin. Okay, look.
In all honesty, let me say this. In all honesty, I don't remember because it's been so many years since I've known I know it was 70 years that had to be added to the time that Israel became a nation. And
that's probably starting. That's
1948.
That's probably the start of the 7 year, 2018. So I mean, we're like 2 years into the 7 year, half Daniel's time. So with the 7 years, half of the 7 years is peace, and the other half it's tribulation. But I'm telling you, okay, wait. This September 19th is first day of Rosh Hashanah. It's the first day of the new year, the Jewish New Year. September 19th, a week from now. Well, not even a week. Saturday, next Saturday is Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. But look, a generation, 70 years was the typical generation. And that would be 20.
Well, what I was going to say is that I thought that was when the temple would be rebuilt.
Well,
but
listen.
I do know.
They can build that temple. Look. They did all the precursors to the third temple. They have to have a red heifer, a perfect red heifer to sacrifice. We didn't hear any of it yet, right? But it could be under works. And the synagogue has to be done. It's been done. It was done in 2018. Synagogue. Pompeo visited it. Underground. Complete. Sanhedrin. Complete. Animal sacrifice started up 2018. All in 2018.
The synagogue was rebuilt then. That was what I was wanting to hear.
Yes.
So that was rebuilt. All right.
It's complete.
So
I've seen pictures.
That is the 70-year thing that I knew about a long time ago.
They say the third temple might be built underground so people don't see it, realize it. And if they use 3D and the brick, concrete, whatever, it can be done within about like 2 weeks' time, from what I hear. But I mean, any moment the third temple can be done. But so we are in Daniel's time, that 7-year window. That's why, like, my pastor's convinced, like, it's not long before a rapture, or,
What's he doing, by the way?
I don't know. I won't know till tomorrow. I haven't gotten any. I just. Yeah.
All right.
I feel he's like.
Well,
yeah.
You know that the Tower of Babel, they were supposed to rebuild, but God, the Father, cursed that.
Right.
So it'll never be rebuilt.
Right.
And they attempted it one time. They found the literal ground where it was, and they attempted to build it. And Father killed everybody that had a hand in it.
Wow.
He did. He killed them all.
Amazing.
There's a story I ran across about that many years ago. And, he smoked them.
But 70 years, a generation from the time Israel became a nation would bring us to 2018. And that is when they got the synagogue and the Sanhedrin completely built. Sanhedrin completely rebuilt. Like amazing.
Wait a minute, was that right when I said it was 1948, not 38? I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No. It was either 48 or 46. But I think 48.
I said it's 48.
Yeah, I think so too.
I got the number burned in my brain. Please, are you on the computer?
Yeah. Let me check.
Well, just ask it, when did Israel become a nation?
I'm checking right now. I think you're right. And for a fact, 2018 is 70 years.
Yeah. If 1948 was it.
From that, and that's considered
when did Israel become a nation?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Okay. May 1948. Israel was officially declared an independent state with David Ben-Gurion, the head of the Jewish agency, as prime minister. Oh, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
Oh, my land sakes alive. I've lived to see it.
So, 2018, they start that Christmas, Hanukkah time. It was, we invite the world nations, 70 nations, which it means symbolic for the world, to join us in this animal sacrifice. And they did an animal sacrifice at Hanukkah, Hanukkah 2018, in front of, on the grounds, around where Jesus was crucified, but around the synagogue too, buried, that's underground, the synagogue for the Sanhedrin. 2018, they started it. Oh my, wow. So December 2018, they did animal sacrifice the first time since 70 years after Jesus died, when he said, not one.
Wait a minute. What are they saying?
Okay.
What month and day?
Wait. Before Jesus died, he said, it will come soon, not one stone will be standing upon another. For the second temple being built, it was still even under construction when Jesus said that. He said, like, tear down this body, and in 3 days I will build it back up. And they said, what do you mean? Like, our people
No, it wasn't just tear down the body. It was tear down this
temple. Temple. Yeah, but he also was referring. He was
built within 3 days.
Yeah. So they were like, "What are you talking about? It's still under construction, and it's been going on for like a long time." And that was when Jesus. Okay, 70 years after Jesus died, that second temple, as he said, not one stone. It was totally destroyed. Not one stone standing upon another. 70 AD. Okay. Now, since then, there has been no animal sacrifice. Not one. And actually, I think after Jesus died, the curtain, the veil was rent in two. And I think from that held and got cloaked the tabernacle. So I think that is when animal sacrifice stopped. But it might have been, say, 70 years after he died. Either or. But since then, in 1948, the fig tree, Israel, became a nation on the world stage. In a generation passing 70 years brings us to 2018. 2018, that December, they rebuilt the synagogue, complete, underground, and the Sanhedrin, complete, revamped. For the
but wait a minute, was that supposed to have been when he was killed, or when he rose, or when he what?
No. After when Jesus said he will destroy, that second temple will be destroyed. 70 years after Jesus died, that second temple, not one stone was standing upon another. It was totally destroyed. 70 years after Jesus died. So that was like, 70 AD. Now,
well, it wasn't in December that he died.
Well, no, never mind the month. Just 70 years after he died, the temple was totally destroyed. And as he said, not one stone standing upon another. That second temple in Israel, totally destroyed, right? And since then was the diaspora. The Jews were scattered throughout all the world. They didn't just stay in Israel. They were scattered abroad.
Yeah.
Okay, now, 2,000 years later, come into 2018. or no. 1948, Israel becomes a nation again after the diaspora, after being spread out. They become a nation. And then a generation, which was considered 70 years, brings you to 2018. 2018, the Sanhedrin is complete again. They're alive and well. And the synagogue.
Wait a minute. What is the Sanhedrin?
They're the Pharisees. They're who Jesus fought against in Israel. The Sanhedrin were
the people.
They're like, no, the priests. The priests.
So the Sanhedrin is the priest.
Yeah.
And so they're being reinstated.
They were. They're complete. 2018, 70 years after 1948.
Yeah, I got you.
And
well, girl, let's talk about this tomorrow.
Yes.
I gotta go to bed.
Yes. It's exciting though.
Love you,
exciting.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
It's amazing. God uses time. He is on time. You know, God is always on time. I love you. I thank you for the whole chat we've done. God bless you. And we'll talk tomorrow. All right?
And you too, honey.
All righty.
Talk to you later. Love you.
I love you. You're awesome. You're my hero.
So are you.
All righty.
Bye-bye. Night-night.
Night-night.